Good morning all. Welcome to the Portfolio Committee meeting for Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development. I hope that you're all comfortable and we're here today to discuss very important issues that affect us all. Let me start by welcoming specifically the Honourable MEC Botha, MEC for Environmental Affairs, newly appointed MEC with a new department. Department was recently separated from the Agriculture Department, so we've got a new department with a new MEC, and we wish him all of the best, Honourable MEC Botha, with your new task ahead. Also welcome to the Executive Mayor of Mogale City Local Council, Honourable Jaco, you're mostly welcome. I'm not sure if the speaker is here as well. Only the mayor, thank you. And your staff, of course. And then also the MMCs present, officials of the municipality, the department, the committee staff. Most welcome to you and all the stakeholders present. I declare this meeting open, but before we go any further, I have to do the following, if you can bear with me for a moment. I have to declare this precinct as a precinct of the legislature, and by doing that, I will read from Rule 56, 1 and 2 to declare the venue of this meeting place at Silver Star as a precinct of the Gauteng legislature. I, Jaco Mulder, Chairperson of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, hereby declare Silver Star Casino Conference Centre in Mogale City Municipality as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56, 1 and 2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, Version 5, Revision 8, read together with Section 2.1 and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act No. 4 of 2004. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. Just to clarify what I've just done, this is, in other words, not a meeting that we typically see in a community hall, which is a free-for-all. The rules of Parliament and the legislature apply. Legislature is now in session. We will have presentations, and after that, I will afford the opportunity to stakeholders to ask some questions and make some inputs. So the purpose of this meeting is to consider the presentations from the municipality on the status of the environmental concerns in Mogale City, and also to consider a presentation from the Department of Environment on the status of raised concerns. And then, of course, as I mentioned, I will as chair afford to the stakeholders to have some inputs or ask some questions in this regard. I think it's very important that we get to know each other. We do some introductions. I'm Jaco Mulder, member of the legislature and chairing this portfolio committee. And I think I will ask people from the members of the portfolio committee to start with, from my left, to introduce themselves.
Morning, Chair. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bronwyn Engelbrecht.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Moody.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jade Miller.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Chokwe.
Dumelang kaofela, nna lebitso la ka ke Tshepo Stick.
Thank you. These are the members present. And then to my left, I also ask the Honourable MEC to present himself. and his delegation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Evan Botha. I'm the MEC for Environment. I'm joined by Loiso and MJ, who are my two chief directors in the departments as well. They'll be assisting with some questions if need be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. And then also from the Honourable Mayor's side.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee, and all stakeholders present. My name is Councillor Laki Sele, the Executive Mayor of Mogale City Local Municipality. In the meeting, I am joined by the MMC of Human Settlements and various councillors from the municipality, as well as officials from the Departments of Human Settlement, Environment, and Water and Sanitation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. I also want to ask Lebo, our committee administrator, to introduce the committee staff to the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lebogang Mampe. I am the committee coordinator for the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee. And the staff comprises of Ms. Nozizum Kari, she's sitting there, she's the committee administrator. Then we have Mr. Bongani Mabuza, who is the committee researcher. And I'm also joined by the service officer at the back, Ms. Busisi Wenklapo. We also have the manager for CSU, Mr. Tlanganani Ngubeni, and the communications officer, Mr. Sinetemba Sibia. I'm not sure if I've left others. Yeah, I think that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lebo. I just want to ask our committee administrator if there are any apologies today, if she can read that out to us.
Thank you, Chair. We received the following apologies, Chair, from Member Mkhedi, who's attending to other commitments, and Honourable Diaga, who's also on family responsibility leave. The last one is from Honourable Meso, who's attending to other commitments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lebo. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, honourable members, just the following for clarity. There are translation services available on devices like this. This is a table. Anybody who needs a translation device can just raise your hands. And I also want to ask before you leave, and I will remind you just to hand them back again. And then just to indicate that on channel 1, translation for English is available. Channel 2 is Zulu. Sesotho on channel 3, Tsonga, channel 4, and Afrikaans, channel 5. So just raise your hands if you need a translation device, please. And I would ask if there is agenda to flight on the screen. If the agenda could be flighted, please. Thank you, honourable members. The first session of this meeting starts from now till approximately 1 o'clock, and it will be the opening and welcome. Apologies that we've done confirmation of the agenda, and it will the meeting will be about the status and progress report on Mogale City environmental changes, presentation, and there's the agenda just left us. Can you please, thank you. Presentation by Mogale City Municipality on the status report, presentation by the Gauteng Department of Environment on the intervention, and after that I will afford the stakeholders an opportunity to have interaction as well. Could I ask for a confirmation of the agenda from the members? Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will motivate for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. And the seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would second the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Then the agenda is confirmed. We'll do the same with the second session when we start the second session. I will then go to the first item on the agenda, then which would be the presentation by Mogale City Municipality on their raised concerns. And I would request the Honourable Mayor to give a summary and have some opening remarks before we hand over to the responsible person to make a presentation on the committee. Honourable Mayor? Is there a mic for the Honourable Mayor? A microphone available? It's on its way.
Good morning, Chair. Once again, let me take this opportunity to greet you and members of the committee, acknowledging the fact that we did meet on the 1st of November 2024 to deal with these particular issues. And there's been numerous, I think 2 meetings where the committee sought feedback with our municipality. We just want to, as a point of departure, humbly request the committee to pardon us for our non-availability due to other commitments that we had to focus on and various miscommunications between ourselves and the committee. And for that, we humbly apologize for the inconvenience, Chair, with respect to you and all other committee members. We meet here today, Chair, and in the past week, the UNESCO committee was meeting to deliberate on the state of conservation, including the state of conservation in South Africa in relation to the cradle of humankind. And globally, it is noted on the environmental challenges that we have as South Africa, located in Mogale City Local Municipality, and a number of efforts that we must put into place to respond to some of the challenges that would be considered by the committee today, in particular the issue of Percy Stewart and the issue of ensuring that we play a vital role to ensure that we don't contaminate the water resources of our country. So we do take this committee and its engagements very seriously to respond to the challenges that we are confronted with, of which challenges are not only related to Mogale City, but are global challenges that face the world, and conserving the world and ensuring that we leave the world that would exist for future generations to come, including the cradle of humankind and the fossil humanicide that we have and are blessed to have in Mogale City Local Municipality. So it's quite an honor and privilege to have community members today to engage with them as part of this community engagement, to provide update on what has been done by challenges that are persistent in our communities. And quite important is the collective effort to respond to these particular challenges. From us as the municipality, yourself as the legislature, and different stakeholders working together, dealing with these challenges that exist in our communities. Some pertain to the issue of housing. Over 50,000 people in Mogale City are in need of housing, and are on the housing demand list. And some of the projects that we have as the city are part of the things that we are going to discuss today. While we implement this project, we also respond to the state of conservation. We don't destroy the environment. We don't destroy the future of our communities, while we also respond to the challenges that we have in our city. So we are humbled by this opportunity to account and to give an update on how far we are as the city. I'm going to request, Chair, the managers who are responsible for various presentations to come forward if we're to follow in terms of the request. The manager from Environment, Mr. Dominic, I think he should be assigned to present on the issue of the landfill site. So he will come to make the presentation. And on wastewater treatment works, he'll be followed by Mr. Pilani. And then after Mr. Pilani on housing, the presentation will be followed by Mr. Geleboni, who's going to represent the housing department. So you will advise, Chair, that I remember the last time the manager presented and there was a question and answer opportunity before we move to the next presentation. So you will advise on the order of the presentation and what order they're going to follow in terms of making those presentations. But all managers are here, and can they please come forward, Mr. Dominic?
Thank you, Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Before we start the presentations, ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, we've got a time limit, so we have to be very cautious that we don't present too long. And the same goes at the end with the speakers, where we deliberate with the stakeholders. So if we could be prompt with what we're doing, we'd really appreciate it. And after the first presentation, I would see how the time goes, whether we're going to allow questions after every presentation or after all of them. Thank you, Honourable Mayor. You may continue, sir. Would you just introduce yourself as well, and then you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Dominic Nyokana. I'm the manager for Waste Management Services in Mogale City. I will be presenting about the Luipaardsvlei Landfill Site. I didn't get that. I will be presenting about the Luipaardsvlei Landfill Site. I'm not sure whether the presentation has been shared with the members.
Okay, it's fine. Let me bring it.
In the meantime, I must also continue, Chair, so that I won't spend too much time. I will continue to, in the meantime, give a background to Mogale City Luipaardsvlei Landfill Site. This is the only landfill site that we have in the city. Why we have only one landfill? We had more landfills in the past, but due to the commitment to reducing the reliance on landfill sites, we decided to move on and closed most of the landfill sites that we have. The last one we closed in 2018-19 in Magaliesberg. So we are just left with one landfill site, and the intention is still to move on to other methods of other methods of treatment to avoid polluting the land, as we know that landfill sites are very pollute the land. Luipaardsvlei Landfill Site is a very old landfill site. It was designed in the olden days. It doesn't have, proper designs and so on and so forth, but measures were put in place in the previous councils to have the landfill properly designed and all that. What happened to the crisis that we encountered last year of that vicious fire was mainly because of the zamazamas, the illegal miners. We've got a mining company next to us as our neighbor, and all these problems actually emanated from that. We approached the property to request that if there can be a working relationship between ourselves and them. They indicated that they needed the relationship with the zamazamas because those zamazamas would be looking after the properties, their property in the evening, and then during the day they are there. And you especially the community in Mogale City will have been aware that in 2023-24 was a very difficult year for us because on Fridays, we had reached a point where we could not work at the landfill because that was the day when the zamazamas would be coming to the landfill to get their protection fee. You'll know that the protection fee would be paid by the reclaimers. Those people who are reclaiming at the landfill would be paying this protection fee. And on Fridays, we would protect the staff by not coming to the landfill because otherwise, they have guns. These guys are wielding guns as they force everybody in the landfill to pay them. And in 2024, in May, we had the first fire in May, but we were able to extinguish that fire. It was emanating from the illegal miners. On the 15th of May, we had another very difficult fire. It was on a Saturday after our afternoon shift, after we had left the site, and then we had fire. We were able to bring back some of the staff to come and extinguish the fire. This was in May 2024. Come August 27, at around 7:30, then there were few of the reclaimers that were still there that late at the landfill trying to wrap up their operations. And then there was also a quarrel again about the protection fee between themselves, the mine workers and the reclaimers, the illegal miners and the reclaimers. And then the illegal miners, the zamazamas, decided to ban not the landfill at that point. They actually banned the huge amount of heaps that had been built for the purpose of selling by the reclaimers. You'll know that the reclaimers, because they work on international market and they follow the trends on the international market, they don't sell all the time. That is why as you drive along our highways, you will see that they've got these big piles of their stuff. They don't sell all the time because they are waiting. In most cases, they wait for China to buy. Once China buys, then the prices, according to them, they're good. Our buyback centers sell in a very handsome, they buy handsomely from them, from the reclaimers. So we had a lot of stockpile from the reclaimers. So that is why we had that vicious fire, because those materials burned the whole night and there was just nothing we could do because the fire services were also not able to help us, unfortunately, because we don't have water nearby the landfill site, and we don't have fire hydrant at the landfill site. So it was very difficult the following day for us to try and quell the fire. We could not even approach the area where there was fire. So this explains why our fire was vicious, our fire was aggressive. It went on for, I think, that entire week. But the municipality immediately took the decision to close the fire, to close the landfill, even before, the licensing authorities, GDAT back then, the Department of Environment now, could come on site to say we should close. Then immediately on the day, that is on the 28th of August, we informed the Department of Environment of the incident, that we've got this fire. It is very difficult for us to extinguish, and we are not sure how long it will take for us to quell the fire. So, of course, at that point in time, we were now faced with the situation to amass and get all the resources that we needed from all the departments of the municipality and the stakeholders. Fortunately, not many stakeholders came on board, except that we had to use our own resources. And with the resources that we had, we were able to extinguish the fire only after 3 months, where I would have said, yes, indeed, the fire was completely extinguished. That was in October. At the end of October, we had completely extinguished the fire. Then we could start the process of actually now. We could start the process of rebuilding and ensuring that the landfill is operational. So for the period of September, October, November, December, we did not have a landfill in Mogale City. All the waste in Mogale City had to go to Randfontein and neighboring municipalities or neighboring landfill sites. The action plan this action plan that you see actually comes from the directive, the instruction from the Department of Environment with regard to what is it that we had to do and invest in those measures to ensure that we deal with the landfill issue. So the first thing that they needed from us was to ensure that the landfill is closed, of which we obliged. Like I said, we had closed the landfill even before they could give that instruction. And the second instruction was indeed that we should stop, of course, accepting the waste. Which, of course, if the landfill to be like that, as long as the landfill is operational. The next issue was the fire extinguishers, which we installed in all the offices and all the buildings at the entrance and the offices and so on and so forth. The only issue, of course, was the fire hydrant that. As I talk now, we've got a company that has been appointed to attend to this particular matter. They have started their preliminary work to look at what is it that has to be done. They've already discussed with the municipality the options that are available to us. I hope in the next 3 weeks we'll have decided on the option that we are going to use. The next issue was the... sorry. The next issue that was an instruction to us was that we must have these BAMs around the working phase, where you are operating, where the waste is being dumped. That area is actually called a working phase. That working phase, you must have similar setup that we have here of soil around it to ensure that when the fire happens, then you are able to easily cover it so that you don't have the fire spreading. The other instruction to the municipality was to ensure that we put in place measures to ensure that in future, like now, if we were to have fire, that we should have measures in place. The equipment that we have are the measures that we have put in place. We have ensured that the equipment that we use to quell that fire, to extinguish the fire, and any other equipment that we would need in that instance, or in that case, we have it at the landfill. We've got an excavator, we've got the water tanker all the time with the landfill. Unlike in the past, we did not have this equipment with us at all material times. Then there was also the instruction to remove all the illegal dumping around the landfill, ensure that illegal dumping is removed. We did remove all the illegal dumping around the landfill and inside the landfill. The last issue was the issue of the to assess the impact of that fire was for us to assess the impact of that fire, the immediate impact as well as the long-term impact of the fire. I must say this was the most difficult one of them all, because even now we have just appointed the service provider, but it took us almost 3 months to get somebody who could do this, because nobody understood this. What is it that is expected of us? We have consulted the department a number of times. We couldn't get, exactly what this, what we should do here, because even service providers are saying, what you need to do to assess this, you actually need to conduct this kind of a study over a period of 5 years or so. Because we are not the only source of pollution in Mogale City. There are many other sources of pollution. So to say you have to then single out the pollution that came from Mogale City landfill site that was burning at the time, and say what was the impact, short-term and long-term, on both the environment and the public health. It's very difficult. Even now, I'm curious to see what will the study say. But for now, we can say, yes, there's a service provider that the municipality has appointed after struggling over a period of more than 3 months to get somebody who could do the study. Because all the companies, when you bring them on board, you explain what is it that they should do. All of them will say, no, this we can't do. Otherwise, we'll end up in court. But nevertheless, finally, we've got a service provider who will do this study. Chairperson, this is Mogale City's story with regard to the landfill. If you look at those machines, behind those machines, that is what you will find at the landfill now. The landfill looks like that. It's neat. It's like any other landfill. We are proud to say, indeed, we have triumphed over this situation. You can visit us anytime. We are compliant with daily and any other issues. It's just that our landfill, of course, has got issues of that it is already full, so we need to move with speed to ensure that we've got, other measures and so on and so forth. But otherwise, our landfill is compliant in all aspects. I think 2 weeks ago we had EMI's Department of Environment as well come into the landfill. There were no major issues that were mentioned, but we are continuing to ensure that we improve all the operations. And as you can see there, those are the equipment that we have. We think we are equipped. We are equipped with all that is necessary for the landfill to deal with any eventuality. And maybe as I leave the stage, I must also mention that look at the time that we have spent since May, the tri-season. We are almost at the end of it, but no single incident of fire. And I'll tell you why. Simply because the municipality dealt with the issue of the illegal miners. If you go to our landfill, it's the most guarded landfill in Gauteng, with armed security at the landfill 24 hours. As such, there is no incident at all. We are halfway through the winter, but no incident at all, and I'm not anticipating that there would be any. As such, we think by removing the zamazamas, we won half of the battle. The rest was just getting the equipment and then operating the landfill like what is expected of us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. Before we continue, I just wanted to welcome Honourable Nyathi and Honourable Seteka, members of the Portfolio Committee who also joined us, and the various councillors from Mogale City present today. You're most welcome. I just wanted to find out from the department before we continue, are you, the Honourable MEC, or whoever is going to present, in a position to present on each item individually so that we can have interaction with stakeholders after each presentation? Would that be possible? Then I would like to for the department to respond then from their side on this topic.
Okay, thank you very much.
And
Chair.
if we present, I would really ask us just to highlight, not to spend too much time on it because we really got time constraints. Thank you, Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'll hand over to the Chief Director, Mary Jane, to deal with all of the issues, particularly item by item as requested. Thank you.
Microphone is on its way.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, MEC and Honorable Mayor. My name is Mary Jane Ramatlodi. I'm the Acting Chief Director for Compliance and Enforcement. Chairperson, we do have presentations, but we can speak to it unless if we are allowed to project in terms of responding.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Continue, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Once again, thank you for the opportunity. I must indicate that The presentation by the municipality is actually the true reflection of what has transpired at this landfill site. And I wouldn't be speaking much in terms of the fire incident that has occurred, but I will dwell much in terms of the interventions that the department has brought forth in trying to help address the fire incident. The department has issued a compliance notice before the fire incident occurred, Chairperson, wherein the landfill site was considered to be non-compliant. We therefore had to issue a compliance notice in terms of the NEMA to address the non-compliance to the waste management license. However, since the fire incident that occurred last year around August, we then have to issue what we call Section 30 Fire Incident Directive. In terms of the fire, everything has been said by the municipality. I'm not going to speak much in terms of the equipment that they've brought forward, but I must indicate that yes, they have managed to extinguish the fire. They have managed to bring the equipment on site. The site was then given the authorization to be reopened sometimes late last year or early this year in January. That's when they got the letter to reopen the landfill site. And the pictures on the presentation is just an indication of what the landfill site was when we visited it somewhere around January. But also just to indicate that in July, just recently, we also did another site inspection, and just to confirm what is the progress that far, we can indicate that the municipality has done what they're supposed to do as was presented. They've also appointed an engineering consulting company for them to be able to assist them with the studies that we requested them to conduct. The studies that was referred to, it's actually the air quality assessment, because given the time that the fire has occurred, it was long, fire. Therefore, we needed them to do the air quality assessment just to check what was the impact of that fire on the community, on the health of the community around, but also on the environment itself. So those studies are currently underway, and they've also requested that they be allowed time to do the submission by the 30th of December 2025. As indicated in the previous presentation, Honourable Chairperson, 9 instructions were made in the directive, and the municipality so far, they have complied with 7 of those instructions that were made in the directive. The 2 ones that are outstanding is the installation of fire hydrants, as well as the assessment or the study that we have requested them to do. So they have requested an extension from the department to be granted time to submit all this, to do the installation and also submit the report in terms of the assessment. And we have granted them actually that extension to 31 December 2025. Other than that, we must indicate that we do have a case docket that has been registered against the municipality for failure to comply with the waste management license. We have engaged with the NPA given the fact that there is some sort of progress that has been made on the landfill site. However, we are advised by the DPP that we need to keep that case open until such time that all the non-compliances that have been identified on site has actually been addressed and they have been fully compliant, but also to indicate that the waste management license that the municipality has for Luipaardsvlei is actually was valid for a period of 10 years, and this 10 years is coming to an end on the 2nd of August 2026. And as was presented earlier, in actual fact, the airspace at this landfill site is almost complete. So the municipality must also start looking at how are they now going to address the waste issues, given the fact that this landfill site might be closed or might reach its airspace or its lifespan soon. I think that's the end from our side, Honourable Chairperson. I hope I managed to summarize it correctly.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Honourable members, friends from MECs, hands up. Recognise your hand.
Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies, just before we continue. I think having come into the space quite recently, you always look for recurring themes between the biggest issues that are taking place. And one of the issues that we're seeing now is the illegality around these zama-zamas that are taking over our landfill spaces. And initially, when I went to go and do an oversight at Goudkoppies in Eldorado Park, this issue was brought to my attention. And I thought it might be just a standalone issue, but it seems like this is something that's much, much bigger. If we're looking at issues of zamas, these are not just matters where there's illegality taking place on the landfill. This is something that's being underpinned by businesses. And I think that insofar as we've taken action against the municipalities, we also need to start pointing the finger at the businesses as well to say, you know, if you're going to be taking part in these criminal activities, you also need to be charged. And this is something that I think we need to refer to the intelligence and security cluster as well, and get SAP's special operations and even if needs be SANDF involved, because this is obviously something that's far bigger. So we're reaching a capacity within the landfill sites. We're having all sorts of environmental challenges. This stems to other illegality around vandalism of infrastructure as well. And you know, we need the businesses to be as accountable as the government is. So I'm happy to, you know, take the knocks where we're not performing, and I think the municipalities also need to take, you know, shoulder that particular accountability. But we also need the third stakeholder to come in and also take part in you know, their wrongdoings there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable members, friends, we as a committee interacted with each other and with Mogale City in previous meetings, and I would really like to afford stakeholders present to interact in this regard. But before we do so, I will allow one question or a comment from a member of the Portfolio Committee, if any member should so wish. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentations from the municipality. As much as I understand the complexity in terms of landfill sites and the lack of budgets and the lack of actual land and the myriad of problems that this encompasses, I'm very concerned that the presentation was only about stopping the fire, looking at the current situation. I did not see any plans for future. I did not see any discussion regarding future. I saw absolutely nothing from the top management, Mr. Mayor, regarding what are you doing. I mean, the landfill site was supposed to be closed in 2025 January. We are currently, I think, the end of July 2025. That's 7 months later. So there's no mitigation, no planning, and that seriously concerns me, Chair, because a year later we'll be sitting with the same presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. I will allow you as well.
Thank you, Chair. Covered on my first comment. You know, it's a year later, and at the last presentation that we had, because of the location of the landfill site in Rand West that needs to be used, of course, the additional expenses for the municipality itself, which is quite a drain on your limited resources. The same would apply to the private individual who's coming to dump at your site. Have you seen an increase in illegal dumping in your jurisdiction? What does it cost you to remove that and to deal with that matter? And how did you address it and mitigate against it continuing unattended per se? It's good to see that there's a fire hose. I looked at it, it looks a bit old. To me, it doesn't look as if there's something just installed yesterday for compliance sake, but hopefully we'll get that sorted out. When it comes to the issue of the tactical security services, I'm glad that you have embarked upon getting the right tools to deal with the problem that you face, because last time same thing applies to your wastewater plants. You had security there with shiny shoes and suits, and now you have tactical security to deal with the challenges adequately. MEC, when it comes to the Zama problem, it's indeed a very onerous one upon us all. And I was speaking to the SAPs recently, and they don't have the ability to go underground, which seems to be the thing now. They're going to operate underground. So it's more disruptive than anything else. But I raised the issue with regard to the SANDF, because they had been deployed to assist. And quite frankly, I don't think that they are really doing very much, but perhaps from your side, to liaise with the powers that be, to get the army out there. Their presence on the surface around these very these, what I'll call key points in municipalities would be highly appreciated, especially around our wastewater works as well. But here's the issue that I'm very concerned about. Is it Mary Jane? I don't have your surname, ma'am, so please excuse me for calling you on your first name. The leachate management issue is of concern to me, especially when they have a lack of groundwater monitoring services as well. Because seated here, I'm sure there are very many people who are affected not only by the waste that is human waste into our waterworks and our water streams per se, that affects them negatively, but leachate is just as toxic, and it affects our underground water systems. So this is of, a grave concern to myself, and what is being done to mitigate against this, not just for now, but into the future as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Last question from Honourable Sateka on my right side.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm partly covered by Honourable Moody, but I have a few questions. One, since you have issues of amazamazama, why are you not hiring security that can fight them back? Two, since, you've been speaking about the fire happened. After it happened, what measures did you do for public health and environmental? Something like air quality or something, have you done it to check if it's correct and it's right for people? And then the last one is that you were speaking about the fire hydrate, something like that. What is the timeline for it? How long will it take for you to install it and make sure that it doesn't get affected anymore? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sateka. I had a special request on my right-hand side, Honourable Miller.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the first thing I just wanted to bring up was that it is, I think, a failure on the municipality side that you have a dump which is full of highly flammable items. I mean, we know this. And the fact that there has been no hydrant, that there's no water supply there really is a huge issue. And I think another failure falls on the department for allowing it to carry on for so long. Why hasn't GDOD, why hadn't they gone and investigated? Why haven't they gone and done inspections? This falls under their mandate. That we have to wait for something of this magnitude to happen before everyone scrambles to say, oh, we should have had a fire extinguisher. That seems kind of basic. Anybody who's got a company knows it's basic health and safety. You've got to have fire extinguishers in your office or on your premise. So why has an area like a landfill site, which is highly flammable, been allowed to operate for such a long time with none of these measures in place? So that for me is of concern, that the department itself had not before gone to investigate and do anything about it. The other issue I have is that the reclaimers, why are they being allowed to store all their things on site? I don't understand why, again, something that is highly flammable, we're allowing them to store everything that they've reclaimed on a site belonging to Mogale City, and to keep it there, as he mentioned, the China markets or so on. I mean, so for weeks it could build up. We've got these huge, highly flammable things that we're allowing to build up over time, because they belong to reclaimers and they don't want to sell them now. I find that strange that the municipality allows that. And secondly, if they are going to allow it, should they not have made plans to have it in a completely separate area? That is, should a fire break out where we've got people coming in and out all day and working on the things they've reclaimed, why is it right next to, or why is it close enough to set everything on fire? And then the last thing I just wanted to bring up, it's hugely disturbing to me that the executive manager says on a Friday nobody could go to work because that was the day the Zamazamas came to get their money. The Mogale City pays a security company. They always have. There's a huge burden to the municipality is the security contracts. So we've got a security company, we've got public safety, we've got SAPS, we've got all these institutions, yet nobody goes to work on a Friday because that's when the Zamazamas come and get their money. For me, that's just, it's ludicrous. Why was nothing done? And if something was done, can we have from the municipality, did they approach SAPS for assistance and they were rejected? Have they approached SANDF and they were rejected? Can we have some kind of indication of who they asked for help? Because I understand the Zamazama is a huge issue. And in Mogale in particular, it's not just the landfill sites, they're a huge issue everywhere. What is the municipality doing, or who have they asked for help to combat this issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Dr. Tsoko and Honourable Nyathi, anything from your side? You okay? Thank you. Colleagues, I would now want to ask any stakeholders who wish to ask any questions on the landfill sites to raise their hands. And just recognize them first. I first see the hand of Mrs. Lieferink. I don't know all of you. Okay, let's start here from the front. Mrs. De Lange. And I'm going to the right-hand side. Just keep. Can you just identify yourself, sir? So, yes, we need to introduce. Yeah, you need to introduce yourself, so because Hansard will be recording the meeting. I just want to recognize, I've recognized Mrs. Mariette Lieferink, Mrs. Amanda De Lange, and just yourself there, sir. If the mic, can you just take a mic there and I'll get back to you, madam. Okay, the mic's not on. Technology. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Peter.
Peter.
I'm Peter.
Peter.
Yes.
Thank you. From where are you, Peter?
I'm from Mogale City's Krugersdorp CBD, representing business sector.
Thank you. And then I'm going to go back to my left here in front, the lady here.
I'm Elise Stradom. I'm from the Tarlton Community Ratepayers Group.
Elise Stradom, Tarlton, and I'm going this side, right to my left here. Yes, your answer. Okay, just take the mic there. Gary?
Honourable Chairman, 2 questions.
Just before, I'll recognize you just now. Harry Deploy. I just want to afford all the stakeholders first. I'm going to go back to my left here. Your hand, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay. Nkateko Malobela with African Potential.
Just we didn't read your name?
Nkateko Malobela with African Potential. Thank you.
Thank you. And I move to my right here, to the front here.
Jacques van Square.
Where are you from, Job?
Krugersdorp, Citizens United.
Citizens United. Yes. Left from you, yes, sir?
Mohammed Lahe, an organization called ARPA, Azadville Ratepayers Association.
Okay. Just your surname again, quite?
Lahe.
Lahe.
As in.
Okay. Moved. Right here, no hands there. To the back, lady there, I see your hand.
Hi, morning. My name is Cherise Rocha, representing the Lammermoor Residents Association in Mulder's Drift.
I must ask you to just repeat your name.
Cherise Rocha.
Cherise Rocha. Can we stick to this? We've got 9 people. And I really want to ask you to keep your questions short, because we've still got 4 other presentations. It's very, very important as well. So I'm going to limit you, please. You may answer, but keep it. The questions must relate to the presentation that's before us. So let's start with Mrs. Mariette Lieferink. I want to ask the speakers to stand up and just pronounce your name again for the record, and then you may speak. Just let's get the mic to the speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Mariette Liefrink. I'm the CEO of the Federation for a Sustainable Environment and active member of many water catchment management forums, as well as the SDG 6 Stars team and Water and Sanitation Sector Leadership Group of the Department of Water and Sanitation, and also a member of the South African Human Rights Advisory Committees. I just want to augment or support what was stated regarding the fact that the Luipaardsvlei Landfill Site is in fact situated within the headwaters of the Wonderfonteinspruit. The Wonderfonteinspruit is densely populated and extensively used. The landfill site is unlined, so there is constant leachate of the landfill site into the surface and groundwater, and that is a matter of significant concern. It flows towards the Vaal catchment area. Then I also want to raise the issue of the Zamazamas. There has been a published artisanal and small-scale mining policy by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy that there are recommendations, and in terms of the recommendations, all illegal mining should be criminalized. There is allowance for artisanal mining, and the criminalization ought to be enforced by not only SAPS and the Hawks, but also by a special detective unit that the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy had recommended. If these recommendations can be implemented, it may improve the situation. With regards to the water contamination as the result of the leachate, there has been a report done in 2009 by the Department of Water and Sanitation, at that time Water and Fisheries. If those recommendations can be implemented, then the matter may be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lieferink. Then Mrs. Amanda de Lange, just raise your hand. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. I think many of you here knows me. Just if you indulge me, I counted last night. It's almost 30 years that I've been involved with local government. At a stage as a councillor at Mogale City, and then up until last year at the legislature, part of the various committees there as well. So through you, Chair, Mayor, I don't see is the MM here? The municipal manager. Chair, if I can be a bit naughty, it's actually a pity because that's a responsible person that should be here. The landfill matter in Krugersdorp, Mogale City, greater area, is not just about the landfill, and it's a pity if we just report back on the landfill issues of the former landfill area in Luipaardsvlei. If you go to the outskirts of Mogale City, you will see the illegal dumping because of illegal housing developments. You know, I say illegal because they're illegal. Even Brickvale, it's illegal. It's not a valid development. That is not being serviced. So I would love to say that, remember, when you inherit the position, you don't just inherit the title. You inherit your predecessors' sins as well as the accountability. So we hold you accountable, Mayor, your MM that's not here, MEC, your department, and I know the committee is there for oversight. We need the landfill areas to be serviced. The area on the N14, the areas outside in the west, as well as the areas close to the landfill area, must be serviced. Chairperson, the people are setting fire to those areas, which is not just air pollution in that case, it's ground pollution. And apart from that, it is devaluating the residents and landowners, property owners in that area's properties. And by law, you are accountable for that as well. They may take you to court for that as well.
Chairperson, at this stage with the landfill, just to give my fellow activists and organizations a chance to just put their case forward as well. I think I'm going to end on this one now, just to highlight the matter that it's not just the Luipaardsvlei landfill that's an issue. It's the illegal dumping in the areas that's condoned by Mogale City for housing developments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. De Lange. Now to my right-hand side, Peter, if you can just, he was first and then I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm worried at the fact that the state of emergency preparedness in general, particularly in this issue of landfill site that was burning, it shows that the Mogale City is not prepared, the state of preparedness. So it means people's lives are in danger here. And I consider this as an attempted murder. This should be considered as an attempted murder because there is nothing in place to show that Mogale City is prepared to deal with any emergency. So it means that Mogale City residents are at risk. Next to the place where the fire was, Chair, we have elderly people that were badly affected health-wise as far as this issue is concerned. And I was expecting Mogale City really to outline their state of emergency preparedness to assure citizens that something like this, like the other speaker have said, we are sitting with many risks that can be related to this or different from this, which means we are not safe. When we are sitting in this hall, I understand that the state of emergency should be in good in such that should we have fire break out in this hall where we are sitting, Chair, just to give you an example, we can all go out. But in Mogale City, we cannot go out anywhere simply because there is no. And how did the waste management license 10 years ago issued when all this, emergency stuff were not in place? It's worrying. And the assessment that we're talking about, that someone was doing assessment, who was doing assessment? Because you can't have a mosquito to do assessment on malaria. Obviously, the result will be questionable. So this is where the problem is, because how did this license, how was it issued? It's going to be expiring soon. The question is, there was no fire hydrant. There was nothing in place. So how was this license issued? Who issued it? That's why I consider this as attempted murder. So we were supposed to be having a case where someone should go to court for attempting to murder those elderly people that are sitting next to the landfill mines. This is definitely disturbing. Chair, in conclusion, how does Mogale City communicate with emergency services? For example, the police. There's poor communications. For someone to come and present that they are scared of zamazamas, how do you expect communities to react on that? Must we take the law into our own hands? Police will tell you no. But we have someone who will come and present to the community and say, everybody was scared. So question is, how do we do? So we have Mogale City that's not actually worried about its citizens here. We'll be murdered in our own houses. We'll be killed in our own houses. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Peter, for your input. Back to the front here, Mrs. Elise Deploy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to add on to what Amanda said. The outlying parts in Mogale City is a major problem as far as pollution is concerned, and there's no control over it. But it goes one step further. It goes to the point where the people who pay rates and taxes don't all have refuse removal. And I want to ask today, why do we have to pay rates and taxes if we have no services? Where I stay specifically in Beckerdan, in Tarlton, there's no refuse removal. A part of Tarlton does have. Where do we go with our refuse? Is it on our account to remove the refuse, or is the municipality, if they take our rates and taxes, liable for that? The second thing is public participation is null and void regarding these issues. I've tried to make appointments with people at the MM himself, the mayor, secondly, to no avail. They're not available to the public. They are too important. Nothing gets done, and they don't account to anybody regarding that. I want more public participation so that we can go to them, so we can state our issues, so that they can take care of the issues and we can have a better life in Mogale City. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. And now we're going to move to Mr. Gerry Strijdom. Gerry, where is he? Left.
Hi, correction, it's Gary Duploy, just for the record. My concern is around the presentation that was made where Mogale City says SAPS just doesn't have the capacity. I find that totally unacceptable. If there's a problem, they must find a solution. We've got the public safety of Mogale City, we've got SAPS, and we've got the SANDF, because these are foreigners after all. So I do believe that the Defence Force should play a role. And between them, they should be able to put together a task team that can tackle this. This is 5 years of zamas and nothing's being done. That's unacceptable. The public needs to be protected by the government. And then it's clear to us that Mogale City does not have a proper waste management understanding. Because if you did, the landfill is just the tip of the iceberg. That highlights your inability to solve the problem. And as a result, there's now dumping being done throughout Mogale City because there's no will from Mogale City to enforce the bylaws, to enforce waste management, and that needs to be addressed. You need to take it serious as a key environment, key department to handle environmental issues. If you let it go, it'll just get worse.
Thank you, Mr. Deploy. Apologies for having your surname incorrect. Tadeko, yeah, your hand. Just take the mic, please.
Thank you. Just for record, the name is Nkateko Maolobela, with African Potential. Miss Mary Jane. Sorry, I didn't get your surname properly, but anyways, I'm glad that you mentioned the issue of Section 30 on the presentation. So one aspect of Section 30 is that an incident of this nature must be reported within 14 days. I want to check if this report was provided to you, and what was the context of the report, because Mr. Dominic said that the file lasted for 3 months, if I believe. And according to this Section 30, the incident is supposed to be reported within 14 days, and a directive from there must be given. So I believe the report couldn't say that there was this fire of this nature and the fire is still going on, and that wouldn't be acceptable. So another aspect which I wanted to ask Mr. Dominic is that you mentioned that the Mogale City is moving towards this specific land site because you are going for more innovative ways of disposing the waste. What are these methods? Because if we are to move to a certain landfill, this landfill must be state-of-the-art, which means that it has to be prepared for this kind of events. So, and also it's coming to its lifespan. So why are we investing in a land site that's coming to its lifespan? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Then Jaco from Stewart, you in the front.
Jacques van Square. I represent Krugersdorp Citizens United. We represent residents and businesses in our local community. I have 7 questions for the municipality. Number 1 is, I'm glad to hear that air quality monitoring is going to be implemented. I would like to know against what benchmarks will you be measuring current measures? My question 2 is, the current air monitoring stations that do exist are mostly offline. What are you going to do to improve the reliability of the existing air quality monitoring stations? My 3rd question is, when they are online, those air quality monitoring reports are maxed out you cannot see relative changes in air quality, because literally like an RPM, redlining, all of those are redlined. You cannot actually see when things are getting worse. So what are you going to do to get the air quality into a measurable zone compatible with international acceptable standards? Question 4. What are you going to do to get victim impact statements from the community as a result of the landfill burns? I personally know people who've had to invest serious money in air quality air purifiers, people who had to move, people who were housebound as a result of this. So there must be a victim impact statement gathering process. Question 5, what are you going to do post-August 2026? Do you have an alternative waste management site in mind for us? Question number 6. Recently, the municipality started putting pressure on residents to remove organic waste from the stream. What plans do you have for a parallel waste gathering system that will allow us to get rid of that organic waste, hopefully into some kind of composting facility at our landfill sites? Then question 7, what are you going to do to improve crisis management communication when events like this occur? It is in my personal knowledge that the Deputy Director for Enforcement from the Department of Fisheries, Forestries and Environment, Mr. Walters, battled to communicate with the officials from this municipality, despite the fact that he specially flew in to deal with the crisis. He was in SMS and WhatsApp communication with individual residents expressing his frustration with the unavailability of officials in the middle of a crisis. Absentee landlords. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, sir. And then next to you, right next to you, Mr. Slay.
Good morning, everybody. Chair, through you. My name is Mohammed. I'm the chairperson of an organization called ARPA, Azadville Ratepayers Association. Chair, we're sitting with a serious concern in Azadville. On no less than 4 occasions, we have requested a meeting with the mayor, the Honourable Mayor, to which he has acknowledged on a public platform. And we've been waiting since January for this meeting, and nothing's happening. We've got meaningful contributions to make towards Mogale City, bearing in mind that we are a community that's boasting figures of being a 97% contributor in terms of our residents paying their utility bills. 97%. Yet we ask Mogale City for a dustbin in our commercial area. They haven't got the finances for it. I'm so glad that Mogale City has rid their landfill sites of the zamazamas. But guess what, Mr. Mayor? They have moved to Azadville. They are excavating under our homes. We have tried to address this with SAPS. SAPS refers us back to Mogale City. So who do we talk to? In the dead of the night, people's doors and windows are vibrating because of these zamazamas. I'd like to know, what is the way forward? Do we address this on our own, or is Mogale City going to come and render assistance to us? Secondly, Chair, Azadville has now become a dumping site because people find it too laborious to drive over to the landfill sites. They come over to Azadville because there's no control, there are no measures put in place. They come in and dump right outside of Azadville. I can prove to you that there are people that are collecting money from people to come and dump outside on the boundaries of Azadville. Who's going to be controlling all of that? And then I leave a packet of rubbish outside my house, and then Mogale City wants to slap me with a fine for this. Chair, through you, I find it very amazing that Mogale City says they haven't got the policing power to go and fight with these zamazamas. Yet, when it comes time to come and disconnect a resident's house in Azadville because he owes Mogale City 1,000 rand for water and lights, they'll come in there with the entire police force to come and disconnect one house. But you can't get the same police force to go and handle the zamazamas. Ridiculous. So I find it very amazing that the Honourable Mayor and his committee were made well aware of a project that's going to be taking place in Azadville with the recycling of rubbish that's been funded by the international community. And yet nothing got said about that. Not by Mogale City, not by an initiative put up by Mogale City, by residents of Azadville. And it's going to be put up in the dumping site at Azadville. Yet nothing got said about that. Are we not proud of something that's being done by the community, for the community? We are being treated very unfairly by Mogale City. And enough. Mr. Mayor, I'm still waiting for the meeting with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And then the last opportunity to Mrs. Rush there. Just raise your hand, please. Have you got a mic? Yes.
Yeah.
You may continue.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, my name is Cherise Rocha. I represent the Lammermoor Residents Association, and I also support the Mogale's Biosphere and our sister association, the Cradle of Humankind. Honourable Chair and Honourable Ramachlodi, I would like to, through you, also just second what has been raised by one of your committee members, the failure in terms of the long-term solutions in terms of what is going to happen to this landfill site when it actually becomes full, which essentially it seems to be at that stage. We're sitting with a problem in Mulder's Drift, where certain plots are being used as illegal dump sites, specifically plot 230, which is on the N14. This has been raised via the PR councillor of the area of Ward 23 to Honourable Member Miller, and we have received some feedback in that regard. The problem seems to be is that there's a big lack of enforcement from the municipality side in terms of these illegal or illegal dump sites, which now seem to be overlooked by the municipality, maybe as a result of the landfill site itself becoming full. We'd ask upon and call upon Honourable Ramachlodi just to indicate what, based on the administrative enforcement measures that were taken, or what have they been taken in terms of plot 230, and also next to ABSA camp, which is behind Cardoza restaurant on Beyers Nordia. Both these illegal dump sites are affecting the water, the underground water, because they are both in flays, and they are now flowing down into the biosphere area, the buffer of the biosphere area, and contaminating as well the underground water that is flowing there. I'd also like to just ask and call upon the committee that we take cognizance of the Intergovernmental Structures Act in terms of making sure that we don't operate in silos, because it seems to be a problem, and that there needs to be consolidation across all the spheres of government, including DFFE, including DWS. I'm not sure if there are representatives from DWS, and including, I understand MEC Botha's here, so I'm assuming that he's going to be representing the Management Authority of the Cradle in his capacity as MEC when we get onto the water. So I would just like to ask that there needs to be more conducive oversight in terms of interconnectedness in terms of all these departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the last input from a stakeholder. Honourable members, friends, this is example of legislature in oversight, and then, of course, also allowing public participation, which is very important about emotional issues. And I thank you all for that. I now want to afford Mogale City opportunity to respond, and then after that the department. But in doing so, I want to ask them to be short, and I also want to ask them if we could have these responses in writing, forwarded to the committee, and all of you have signed an attendance register. If not, please do so. It will circulate so that we can give the feedback. Otherwise, this whole exercise would be fruitless. So very short, because we still got a way to go. Mogale City and then the department. Thank you, Honourable Mayor. I don't know who will be answering. Okay, thank you. But please be short. We have got a time limit. Our speaker is voiceless. Thank you, Mongani.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. There's quite a lot of questions, but some of them were were being repeated. Yes, the landfill is full, but the measures are in place. You may recall that we did mention that there is a landfill that has been developed already. Within the landfill, there's space to extend the landfill. It's just that there was an issue with the performance of the contractor. I'm told by the lawyers that that process will come to an end by the end between now and August. But let's put that aside. What else do we have in place? There's another piece of land that is sufficient again to then apply for another landfill. So there are measures in place. But beyond that, there are also other measures where we are looking at introducing other options other than the landfill. With the space that we have at the landfill, the issue around the Azadville, I'm not sure, maybe there's something I don't understand, but we've got ARO. ARO is African Reclaimers Organization. This is our partner. We've got an MOU with, they were brought to Mogale City, to Azadville by Mogale City. And they are coming with the Green Hub technology for Azadville. They are busy addressing the issue that we have at Luipaardsvlei Landfill Site with the reclaimers. What are they doing there? They are organizing them into a structure that is well organized. They're giving them skills. We also have UNISA right there at the landfill to assist the reclaimers, as well as to give us the technology and all the researches with regard to the leachate that we are talking about, the air pollution that we are talking about. But with regard to the reclaimers, ARO, beyond being at the at Azadville, they are also at the landfill with the reclaimers. They are buying that material. We no longer have to have those big stockpiles and so on and so forth. They are buying that material at a higher rate than any other buyback center that you have in Gauteng. That is why they are able to attract even those reclaimers outside Mogale City. I just lost for words when we say we are not aware of the community initiative. Actually, it's Mogale City that brought ARO to Azadville, signed an MOU with them, brought them on board, and they are busy with the application for that facility to be approved. We still have to wait for the department to evaluate all that has to be done and ensure that all the processes are in order. These are some of the measures that are put in place to ensure that the waste that ends up at the landfill is reduced. You will find the same efforts when you go to the mall next door here, Crattlestone Mall. You will find a green container there that has been put by one of our partners that is the name again? Iwasa. Iwasa down here. If you go to Magaliesberg, you will find a bigger container than what you have here, where you can bring in again there all the kind of electronic waste to try and reduce the waste that goes to the landfill. You will find the same container in Krugersdorp and at Luipaardsvlei as well. Beyond that, we've got Petco. It's a well-known company that deals with plastic. You will find them in Mogale City also harvesting the paper as well as the plastic that should end at the landfill to ensure that less and less waste get to the landfill. So the space that we are trying to make available for landfill at Luipaardsvlei will need very little space because efforts out there are so much, and we are continuing progressively to ensure that those efforts get to the schools, get to the malls, get to all the shopping centers. All our shopping centers, they are in what we call green levy services. Why? To try and assist them and for them to assist us to harvest as much as possible of waste from the waste that they have, because they are our big generators in the city. These are some of the efforts. There's more, and we continue to bring on board, and we call upon the stakeholders in Mogale City to bring in or to introduce us to some of these organizations so that we can have alliances with them and harvest more of waste, ensure that we have less that goes to the landfill. With regard to the question, so I have highlighted the number of stakeholders that we have brought on board to assist us. Then with regard to Mr. Mayor, I think I've dealt with what I want. The Zamazamas, with regard to the Zamazamas, like I said, the problem started way back in 2023. The municipalities has been with subs in all instances. All the cases, we have opened up the cases there. People have died at the landfill, but even subs themselves, even the previous MEC, when she was here, we briefed her about it, and she saw it for herself when she was at the landfill, that indeed there was this problem. She promised that she will do something about it. The mayor was the first one to request that when that program that we had, was it SAPS as well as the army, that was early last year, when they come to the west, that they should also take on board the Luipaardsvlei Landfill Site. But what can we do? You know, they did come. I think it was about 2 operations that they conducted at the landfill. But the problem was beyond that. There is no amount of security unless you bring those heavily armed security guards that would face up to the Zamazamas, as far as my experience is concerned. Because we had the security, doesn't mean we didn't have a security before. We had a security. But it's only now that we can talk and say, yes, indeed, we have dealt with this problem. We no longer have this problem. But before then, and I can say it, Mr. Mayor, Mr. MEC, and the chairperson, that you are going to have a problem with the other landfills unless they copy from what the Council of Mogale City did. But if they are going to depend on the SAPS, I can tell you they will still have problems and problems and problems. Because the answer that we got was that the police are not going to be able to match up to the equipment that is being used by the Zamazamas. That is what we got informally. So that is why it took so long, up until the municipality said they were going to find a way around this problem. So the issue of the Zamazamas was not an easy one. I don't know, that is why you still have problems with other landfills. They would have dealt with it long time ago. Nobody wants them next to their landfills. That is why I think we still have a problem with a lot of landfills with the Zamazamas. Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if I've not dealt with all of them. I think I've dealt with most of those that I could deal with, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I wanted to, I didn't quite get the question here with regard to the waste collection in Mogale City. I can stand here and say all the formal areas in Mogale City, all of them without exception, they get weekly refuse removal. With the exception of informal settlement, Chairperson.
Okay.
But the formal areas, we've got 3 systems that we use. The municipality has got capacity. You can call upon them anytime, because they are not only using, they've got a diversified waste collection system. That includes the private sector. So as such, can talk to all the malls, all shopping centers, all residential areas. That is the farm areas.
Let's keep the order, please.
Chairperson, I don't quite understand whether we are talking about the farms, the rural areas.
Just for clarity, just for clarity, Madam, I would allow you very shortly just to clarify that. If you can just hand the mic to the lady there. But then we have to start finishing. Please wrap it up. Just very short, please.
Chair, thank you very much.
Just your name again for record.
It's Amanda de Lange. Manager, if I can be blunt, you're clueless. Do you drive in the outer lying areas and inspect, or do you just go to your office and back home? Because if you do, you would see what it looks like. People are cleaning out their rubbish on the sides of the road. They do not go to a bin to dump the refuse, because it's usually full and it overflows, the 1 or 2 that does have. You need to get on top of it. It's all the areas outlying where you've got informal settlements, illegal housing developments, the one on the N14, and that is the main artery where people travel when they go to and from Pretoria and Krugersdorp. It is disgusting, and that thing is burning most of the time. In winter time, it's even worse, because then people can't see when they travel on that road. If you go to Tarlton, I think there's, at this stage, 11, if not more, developments where people are living. You know it because your people go there and they know exactly, your councillors knows. So that's what we're asking. Why does Mogale City not service that regularly? And not just go take out the refuse from the skip. You need to go and clean up the area where the people are dumping.
Okay, thank you. So Manager, before you continue, I really like you to wrap it up, because I have decided that we agree, or can we agree that you also respond to these questions to the committee, because there's too many questions to respond to in this small space. But we note the seriousness of this situation, and we take note of it. So please just wrap it up, and then we're going to afford the Honourable Mayor opportunity and the department, and then we'll go to the next topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be short. Like I said, all the formal areas, all without being boasting, all the formal areas in Mogale City are receiving weekly collection without any disruption, anything. Give me one such area, then give it to the mayor with an email. The chairperson will follow up on the mayor what is going on with that area. There is no single area in Mogale City, formal area. The informal settlements, Chair, yes, we still have challenges, but we are introducing the skips in all of them. We are rolling them out, the skips in all those areas, and we'll continue to intensify our efforts. Yes, we had a problem in the last financial year with the service provider, but we are working on it. I hear the issue with regard to illegal dumping that is happening in those areas. Yes, we had an issue when the landfill was closed, but people who live in Mogale City will have seen our efforts in the last 2 months since the landfill was opened, they will have seen that especially on weekends, we are out there trying to reach each and every area. We are trying our best, limited resources, of course, but we are doing everything possible. And we'll continue. We'll continue, Chair, with the resources at our disposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think just a point of departure is to agree that we would not be able to respond to each and every question. And the other important question, I think the 7 questions relating to air quality and benchmarking of that air quality assessment, the department is better positioned to advise the municipality and guide the municipality on what processes will be followed in terms of that particular report. But I want to say, Chair, I think when we are here, it's not the first time that we meet. And when we are here, we meet with legislators to engage on how to deal with these particular challenges. And not necessarily to be here to be told that the municipality is failing. Because you would also be failing in your role as legislators who play an oversight role over the Department of Environment and what also must be achieved by the municipality. And you also have to have the responsibility to ensure what we agree on is being achieved over time, and there's implementation, and we work together to achieve what must be achieved in the best interest of our communities. Then if there is a failure of that relationship to work together, then we would say that we would have failed, all of us. But primarily why we are here is because we're establishing a responsible relationship for intergovernmental relations to address the pressing matters in our communities. You would recall the first time when we met, the landfill site was closed. There was no activity on the landfill site. There was fire on the landfill site at that particular point. And as we meet today, the landfill site is operational, despite the challenges that exist. And our responsibility is to respond to those particular challenges. And for instance, as the municipality, in terms of planning for the future, we have in our proposal an integrated waste management facility where we are going to convert waste to energy and move into new ways of treating waste to deal with the challenges that are raised. But that integrated waste management facility requires 500 million to be able to construct and to be able to have it in place. Now, if the attitude is that it's the municipality's business and they must see to finish, every time you see us, you might feel that we would have failed on that particular quest. But it's important that the province and national government provide the necessary support so that we move forward into an innovative way of dealing with waste. Seated here, we're with our community members. And Chair, the issue of waste cannot only be left to, it's the municipality's responsibility and the municipality must clean. It's not the community's responsibility to make our city filthy. It's not a natural thing that happens. People dump. And that's why we have waste. Our community members dump. And some of them, like Mr. Lahir said, somebody leaves their place and go dumps at Azadville because they don't want their area to be dirty, but they are going to dirty other people's areas and where they reside. So the collective responsibility to have the city clean is not only the role of the municipality, but the role of all of us who are here, especially for our community members and stakeholders. We note, Chair, when we leave here, we'll take the outlining areas and areas where there is a challenge of waste Yes, there is a challenge of waste in Mogale City because people dump. Just when we clear a dumping site, we cleared a dumping site in the morning. Later on the evening, there was a post on Facebook of somebody with a dustbin going to dump to that site that we just cleaned. So the challenge that we are also confronted with is the challenge of behavior, is the role of the municipality that the municipality must have bins everywhere, must have ways to provide solutions to the community to be able to dispose of their waste everywhere. And currently where we are seated, we are running short. And that's why we have a partnership with IWASA to ensure that we'll put what do you call those things, Dominic? Furnitures. Yes, the street furniture everywhere, so that we have areas where our communities can dump and they don't run short of those particular areas. So I just want to say, in conclusion, Chair, we note the challenges, both environmental of acid water drainage, that comes from us being able to being in a position of compressing waste at Luipaardsvlei Landfill Site, and the challenges that exist in terms of the Zamas, which we had an integrated service delivery program last week with the Premier, all MECs were there. We did report that there is a challenge of Zamas, particularly in the Western district where there is mining activity. But when we're seated here, we hope that when we provide an update on the work that we're doing, that update can be appreciated. And the committee can advise us on further steps that we must take, so that when we meet later, we deal with the timelines and the program of action that we set ourselves to achieve. And the department that are expected to provide support to the municipality, such as community safety in terms of policing. I mean, we can't be blamed as the municipality that Zamas are running amok. We don't have the policing authority as the municipality. We only have traffic authority. So we have bought 2 vehicles to deal with bylaws enforcement and trained 10 officials under DIM to deal with bylaw enforcement. So there are quite a number of efforts that we have put in place to deal with these issues as the municipality, but we require support from the provincial and national government to deal with some of the challenges, and in absence of the support, we would not be able to achieve what we're supposed to achieve as an institution. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. We note your comments. The department or Honourable MEC, any closing remarks or response from you?
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, I think the clear thing here is the amount of passion that comes from the stakeholders. And Honourable Mayor, I know that we've got a memorandum, so to the stakeholders as well. We have signed a memorandum with all 11 municipalities so that we can start working together and not operate in silos as the stakeholders are set out. But I think, Honourable Mayor, in terms of that memorandum, I'm extending a hand to you to say, let's go and work together on the ground. But I'm also going to say something that I think your manager should have said when it was raised by Stakeholder DeLonga about the outlying areas. Can we come with you, Stakeholder DeLonga, to come and see what's going on there? Because if you feel like we don't know, the right response, in my view, is not that things are being cleaned. It's, okay, let's go and see. So my head of office is sitting over here. Please, can we exchange numbers afterwards? I'd love to come and see what's actually going on there. So, Mayor, if you'd accompany me on that particular trip as well, we can't sit here and say, oh, we've got all of these problems and pretend like it's all under control, right? I'd love to understand what's going on in each one of these areas. I'd love to meet with RO as well, so that I can understand what they're doing. I'd love to meet with IWASA as well, because we're putting these things in place, but obviously it's too slow. We're not keeping up with the pace. If there's dumping, why is there dumping? Okay, so we've got people who are dumping illegally. That's partly their fault, partly our fault. So from that perspective, Chair, I don't know if you'd like my department to respond to the other questions or if we should just do so in writing, but I'd like to extend that hand to say, please, show me these outlying areas.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. I think it's been a valuable exercise. The councillors of Mogale City, including the Honourable Mayor and the members of the Portfolio Committee, is here today because of the stakeholders. We are representing the stakeholders and the interaction is valuable, and we will support the Honourable MEC in what he suggested in the oversight that the department will be doing and conducting. And please let me remind the Mogale City, please respond to the questions in writing to the committee. Before we leave today, we will just decide on a date if you've got all the information that you have to adhere to. Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, we need to move along the next topic. I haven't got a specific order, but we need to move faster. So when we present, please do it short. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to make quick and the same with the stakeholders' questions. I have to limit the time. I want us to do the Sefularo Village presentation next, and for the opportunity for responses. The difference between the Sefularo Village and the other presentations is this is an instance where pollution could still be prevented. And that's the difference. And after that, we'll move to the Percy, Stewart, and Human and Brickvale, where pollution has already occurred. So please, Mogale City, prepare to do the presentation. Sorry? After him. Okay. Thank you, Honourable Mayor. The manager is available. He was called specifically for the presentation, so let's do it in that manner. Percy, Stewart, and Human then first, and then Sefularo. Thank you. You may continue.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Chair. My name is Pilani Ndlovu, Water and Sanitation Manager from Mogale City. Firstly, I would like to apologize with the slide. The one that was sent to the committee was a short version of it, so I'm going to present Percy, Stewart, Human, and I'll just add Mogale's. The outline of this presentation, I just wanted to show how much have we received from 2016 to 2024 from DWS, and then to present on the Percy, Stewart, Human, and Mogalisburg, and then to also highlight the investment that the institution has made, and then remarks and conclusion. Over the years, this has been received from DWS for various projects under water and sanitation. This one, it shows the WSIG that we had last financial year, 24-2025. And then the Percy, Stewart, Human, this is just the overview. Conditional assessment were done for Percy, Stewart, 170 and 200 million for Human, respectively. Refurbishment since 2021 for Percy, Stewart was 2035, and the vandalism that we experienced in 2023-24 was 17.6 million. For Human, 67 million was spent, and vandalism was to up until to 30.4 million. And Mogalisburg Wastewater Treatment Works, needed a cable that was damaged, that was stolen. It was 550. We had plans with Percy Stewart. The first one was to achieve the spillage, to stop the spillages. And we achieved that within the month of October 2024. It was a 4-week plan. Then we had this 4 months emergency remedial action plan, which I can safely say we've achieved. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. The 4 months emergency remedial action plan was achieved, and then there was a 9 months where we needed to improve sludge handling capacity, which we are still busy with it. Improve screening and increase removal of wastewater treatment works. The ultimate plan, once we're done working inside the treatment plant, we need to rehabilitate the rivers that we've damaged as a city. The estimated budget is there, it's like 50 million to do the rehabilitation. And then we've prioritized the operation and maintenance going forward, because that's another problem that we've faced before, the maintenance of our wastewater treatment works. The progress up to date, just to show that we've contained the spillages. Blockages inside the wastewater treatment plant have been cleared using jetting trucks. We are using bioremediation process to break down the sludge. PST7 and PST1, they've been repaired. We've tested activated sludge, return activated sludge pumps. Aluminum cables have been installed to replace the stolen copper cables. We've tested water-activated sludge pumps, and the fence is ongoing. We are building a security fence around there. Security has been deployed to safeguard the site. And then these are the pictures to show the before and after of Percy Stewart. This is PST7, which is operational right now. SST1 and SST2. This was after we unblocked the sludge draw. RAS pump station we refurbished and commissioned before and after. This to show was pump station pipeline to Lagoon. And then to show that testing and commissioning is ongoing. We managed to get back the lights. And the funding, the budget required to complete is around 138 million. For Flip Human, we also had remedial emergency plan, medium action, long-term, and ultimate-term plan. With this one, there was no budget, and then we started in April. The objectives was to stop again here spillages inside, which I can say they've stopped inside. It's only at the next to the PST. We are still working on it. And then medium action plan is to improve solid removal capacity of wastewater works, improve sewer effluent flow between process units, and the long-term activities is to improve the wastewater treatment works sludge handling capacity, including cleaning of digesters and sludge lagoons. Progress up to date, we are waiting to commission module 2.1 and 2.2. We installed the gears in all screw pumps, installed 4 refurbished valves, sludge valves for module 2.2, replace all electrical cables supplying module 2.2, install bridge motor and gearbox unit for 2.1. Security as well has been deployed there to prevent the theft and vandalism that we experienced 2 years ago. The budget for this financial year for Flip Human is 23 million. And we have the pictures here, model 2.1 before and after. Guardrails before and after. PST1, after it was
cleaned. And then here, 57 million to get the plant working, functional again. The ultimate plan, then there's Mogale's. Mogale's back is operational. The only thing was the cable that was stolen, which has been replaced. We haven't commissioned the plant because we need enough flow to get inside the plant so that we can start with commissioning. We are working on the surrounding pump stations to be able to achieve the flow that is required for us to start pumping. The armed security as well has been deployed there. This is to show what investment the city has achieved. Appointment of executive manager achieved last financial year, the manager last financial year. 12 process controllers, senior superintendent, industrial monitor and sampler, as well as the superintendent for Mogale's Wastewater Treatment Works. We just recently in May appointed 2 engineers to assist with the water, and the other engineer will be doing water, wastewater treatment and wastewater pump stations. Remarks in conclusion, WISIG has a budget of 37.5 and 15 million from IUDG for Percy Stewart this financial year. Flip Human, we have 23 million this financial year. We shared these plans with DWS, Premier, Provincial and National Cocta. We have also budgeted 10 million this financial year to get a jet truck to assist with blockages so that we can stop the spillages that are happening around the city. Percy Stewart, as per the plans, we are anticipating that it will be fully functioning before the end of this financial year. And Flip Human, we need more budget, but the city is looking for further funding. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Before we continue, this is the presentation for Flip Human and Percy Stewart. No other presentations from Mogale. Thank you. On this topic, let's for the department opportunity. Are you going to present as well or just respond? Okay, just hand a mic to the lady from the department, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just like similarly to Luipaardsvlei, the department did take actions against the municipality for failing to comply with the authorization that was issued for the Percy Stewart Wastewater Treatment Works. And we've also engaged with the Department of Water and Sanitation, who have also issued directives to the municipality for failing to comply with the water use license that was issued by DWS. The municipality failed to comply with the instructions made in the compliance notices and the directives that were issued to them, and the matter were escalated to criminal investigation, wherein cases were registered against the municipality. We must also indicate that, Chairperson, that the municipality as presented, there has been so much progress done at both the wastewater treatment works as they've presented. We've been on site on the 11th of July just to confirm the status of Percy Stewart. We are, commending the municipality for the work that they have done so far. The issues that we had previously with regards to some of the systems not being operational are currently being addressed. And also the fact that the wastewater that is now being discharged into our environment, it actually has improved, although it's not yet in compliance with what the waste license requires or what the authorization requires. But what we can share with the committee is that there has been improvement with regards to the effluent that they are discharging from the Percy Stewart Wastewater Treatment Works. I must also share with the committee that there are currently 2 criminal cases that were registered against the municipality by both the Department of Environment as well as the DWS. So the municipal manager has been charged for the running of that wastewater treatment works, which is Percy Stewart. But also with regards to flip human waste, the municipal manager is also being charged for failing to comply with the waste management license. And what as the department we have done, we have submitted our statements to the Department of Water and Sanitation to support their case on the issue of flip human waste, because they've already started that process. So far we can confirm that there has been refurbishments done at these facilities, and the municipality is trying to address the non-compliances. And we will still leave the cases open just to ensure that they comply. However, given the communication we had with the DPP on this matter, they were not excited about the fact that we also had to struggle to obtain the warning statements for the municipal manager. And we are engaging on taking the matter on the court roll, despite the fact that they are actually addressing the non-compliances on site. I think I'll pause there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. Before we go for the stakeholders, Honourable MEC, any input from your side?
Thank you so much, Chair. I think just one quick comment. You know, Honourable Moody leant over and said to me, you know, these facilities should never have reached this particular state to begin with. And I couldn't agree with him more. A lot of these matters and why these stakeholder engagements are so absolutely crucial, particularly for me, is because it's much like having your wheel alignment being out on your car. You think, don't worry, I'll get to it. And the next thing, your CV joints are going, and then your engine mountings are falling off. And a job that should have been, you know, 2,000 Rand is now 180,000 Rand to fix. And I think that we're finding ourselves in that particular position because we keep ignoring the small things. Here we have stakeholders pointing out small things until something is so derelict that it's almost not even practical to repair anymore. You know, I went to go and do some oversight in Mfuleni, where there were illegal pigs. And I was informed that we may need to wait until there's 1,000 pigs before we could do anything. There's 70 pigs there today, but now I must wait for 1,000 pigs to completely destroy the area and cost millions and millions to get out of the area. And I said, no, surely we can even go to court and get a declaratory on how we can resolve these particular things. So yeah, I think just from that particular point of view, it's sad to see that we're actually in a position now where we're short of budget because something should have been fixed 20 years ago. So yeah, I think that's just my input. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Now for a member questions from the members or inputs, and then the stakeholders. But I want to ask the members, honourable members, and also the stakeholders to be short and effective in what they're saying, because we all know about the detrimental effect and the destruction that's been caused by the overspill. We're all aware of it. It's been carried in the news and the media quite comprehensively, so we're aware of it. I suppose there might be some people here who are affected, and they're welcome to let them hear from it. But let's speak to the solutions, and especially measure where there's any difference to be seen after the intervention. Honourable members, I'll just ask you to be short. Honourable Engelbrecht and Moody, and then I'm going to move to my right.
Chairperson, thanks very much. I think it's prudent to congratulate the municipality on a vast improvement. When we did our oversight, it was an absolute nightmare, and it's really, really looking good. However, we will be monitoring the municipality. So, Mr. Mayor, congratulations to your team. Well done.
Thank you, Honourable Moody.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, we acknowledge improvement, but I'm not going to praise a fish for swimming, nor a bird for flying, because it should never have reached the stage. It's almost similar to the police now, and more specifically the Premier, crowing about having helicopters assisting in the fight against crime, and there was helicopters 30 years ago. And they allowed that to go to pot, and now all of a sudden this is a new innovation. I want to say to you though, Mr. Mayor, that when a person sees this type of improvement, it then reinstalls in me my confidence in you as a leader, because a fish rots from the top down, from the head first. So I'm not going to praise you. I'm going to say thank you for the fact that, you know, there is improvement. And if a person sees the sludge and the muck and everything else at that particular site, I'm a fisherman. I can assure you that downstream, and there's people sitting here, how it has negatively impacted upon their lives and their livelihoods as well. So we have a long way to go. Hopefully that this is not just a once-off, that we'll see this thing through and we'll have improvement into the future. Thank you, Chair. But firstly, if you sort out the basics, deal with the basics, and then you'll see that all those bigger issues also get sorted out. The broken window syndrome, you deal with petty crime, it deals with more serious crime, even syndicates. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Honourable members to my right. On my far right, Honourable Zateka.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to check, the last time we were there, there was an issue that the generator, there was no backup generator for pipes. Do you now have? And then, how far are you with your compliance, your licensing compliance? The last one is, you are busy renovating. How much is the cost implications? And is there something that is left so that whatever you get this time, then you finish? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Zateka. Any other questions? You're fine, Honourable Mulder, fine. Thank you. Then I'm going to move to the stakeholders. Just your hands again, so that we can take the mic. I'm going to start here with, right to the front, Mr. Du Toit, and then Mr. Bean. And where's the mic? Mr. Rickert. Yeah, just let's take those three first, and then we'll okay. Let me get the names quickly, so that I don't forget.
That's it. Jaco Mulder. It's from the.
Before you go, Du Toit, Bean, Rickert. I'm going to move to my right first. I'll come back to you, sir. From the right to left, just your name again. Bain. And next to you, Mr. Trevor Brown. And Michael Linden. And Amanda, I'm going to get back to you and to you as well. I just want to afford people who haven't had a word first. So let's there's a hand there. Sorry? Cheryl Smith. Okay, let's take the first bite, and I'll get back to the other speakers. Just on the right hand, there's Councillor Brits. Okay. Councillor Brits, and I also see the hand of Councillor Gous. Okay, let's stick to that. But please, ladies and gentlemen, let's stick to a minute or two per question, please. Thank you, Mr. Du Toit.
I say Jaco Mulder. I'm from the Mogale Catchment Management Forum. I'm the chairman there in conjunction with the Department of Water and Sanitation. I'm also representing the Mogale Business and Tourism Forum. I'm also representing the Mogale Catchment, the Mogale Community Forum. I've got a few items. The first one is, and I just veer quickly because it's all water related as well, the seepage that we talked about, the landfill sites that's unlined. I haven't heard that was addressed. So that is still, Mariette made a few good recommendations of what was done previously. Please bear that in mind. There is some solutions. Connect with Mariette, get that information, because it is a serious impact on our water resources as well. Right, on the various wastewater treatment works. First of all, I personally would like to thank the municipality for the action that we've seen in the last few months. Honourable Member Ndlovu, we've engaged quite a lot and I've received a lot of feedback from you. It's the timelines. I see the timelines. So first of all, I want to see you more at my quarterly catchment management forum meetings giving feedback. The timelines are definitely slipping with regards to what we've originally said and agreed. So I'm a little bit concerned that we don't have a proper project plan showing the various progress and how that progress is going. I was very fortunate with the previous Gauteng legislature meeting to visit Percy, Stewart, and it was beautiful to see the first half of the plant and the improvement on the first half of the plant. I understand there's quite a lot of other activities that still needs to happen there. Please remember that the impact, and we talk about rehabilitation, the impact is not just the surface water. 80% of the water that comes from Percy Stewart ends up in our underground aquifers. So the rehabilitation that we require and the impact of what we've done previously is not just surface water. So the impact is significant. If we thought we were going to use our underground aquifers as an emergency abstraction, we are polluting those aquifers currently. We are killing the opportunity for us. If we get the Rand water, we get the upper Vaal system, and we've got challenges with that, where will Mogale City get additional emergency water abstraction? Is from our aquifers. And if we pollute our aquifers, we are diminishing that capacity to supply water to our communities. And not even talking about water infrastructure for abstraction from that aquifers. So the other item I want to mention is we talk about the criminal charges. There's 2 criminal charges that was mentioned. The one is Flip Human, the other one is Percy Stewart. But there's a third criminal charge that's currently also that has been laid. It is the Mogale Wastewater Treatment Works. That is, I think it's case 1410 of 2024. That has been laid by the community. And the issue there is, my concern with all of these wastewater treatment works is, we say we repair a pump station. Good progress, thank you for the feedback. We go and visit after 2 months the same pump station, and it is overflowing with sewage again. And then consistently, so if we look at the Mogale pump station, and all the pump stations around Mogale Wastewater Treatment Works, they repaired, they run for maybe a week or 2, and thereafter we sit with the same sewage just overflowing and running. We complain that we've built a beautiful wastewater treatment works for Mogale, and state of the art, but we still haven't properly commissioned it. We sit with the challenges that we're waiting for inflow. We've been waiting for inflow for 2 years now. We sit with a gravity feed line that keeps on choking, keeps on blocking. We sit with pump stations that's inoperable, that's not operational. And if they're operational, they're only operational for 2 weeks or a few weeks. So our challenge is that plant has not even been properly commissioned yet. And all that influent or flow that's supposed to be treated through this wastewater treatment works ends up in the Z Canal and in the Mogale River. So, yes, I'm referring a lot to the Mogale wastewater treatment works, but this is actually the case for all of our dysfunctional wastewater treatment works. I acknowledge and I appreciate the effort that's currently being done by the municipality, and I commend them for the progress that they have done. But it is too little, too late. And also, whatever we are doing now is we need to make sure it's sustainable. Because it doesn't help we fix something. It doesn't help we say, all right, we've dug out a pump station. It's not maintained, and within a few weeks, it's silted up again, and we sit back at square one. What have we gained? We've gained nothing then. So whatever we do, we need to do it, and we need to do it sustainably. and we need to keep up with the maintenance. I understand there's crime and there's criminality and there's cables are being stolen and pumps and motors are being stolen, but we need to make a plan. If we replace those units, we need to make sure that they are operational. Thank you for the time. I think for the next speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Tooy. Mr. Christopher Bean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to direct a lot of this information and this talk to the mayor, because he is at the top. He's the one who can make the final decisions. He has the ability to make things go left or right. At the moment, these things are all going wrong. I'm hearing from the information about what was done with the other sewage sites is that there is a large budget. The numbers that were spoken to added up to about 80 million. So I'm dealing with a project which is not supposed to be discussed. So I won't discuss the name. I won't mention that it's in Hekput and that it is in the cradle of humankind. I won't mention that there has been a threat on legal papers to actually put another 30,000 to 80,000. There's probably 150,000 people living in squatter camps from the area of Northwest, where Shamburg is, going all the way to the other side of Hekput and then beyond. So there are a lot of hidden squatter camps, and that involves, it all started, funnily enough, with the water at a place called Sefularo. I won't mention that name more than I have to. But there is a sewage pipe that is just sticking there like somebody's face looking into the river, and there is a nice sewage pump ready for action when we don't know how many people, it could be 2,000, it could be 5,000 people who are going to move in and use that sewage pump, and it'll go straight into the Mogale River, which goes straight into the Hartbeespoort Dam, and you can say goodbye to the tourist industry in that area once that stuff starts floating on the water in the ocean, in Hartbeespoort Dam. So I could spend a long time explaining my criticisms of the council. It's on paper, it's in court records, and there have been denials. And I'm limited in what I can say publicly. I would rather speak to the attorneys for the council, because this litigation has been going on for a year now, and on the 26th of January, this case is going to go to court. And we have got a court date, which is, to me, some kind of a miracle. And this case will be heard for a decision one way or the other. I personally believe that it will be better if I restrict any criticism I have of the mayor and say to him, I come to you with no, I'm not asking you to do anything except to listen to what we have to say, and if it makes sense, we have a proposal which could solve the problem in Hekput, but it could also solve a lot of problems as well. And it relates to two issues. The one is water. The first thing we want is that a reticulation pipe, the reticulation dam, be constructed near the Sefularo residents, so that any water that flows from the sewage, because there's no electricity, or because it's defunct for any reason, or because there's no generator, or whatever the reason is, that sewage goes into a holding pond. It does not go into the river and pollute the whole river. And then the matter can be solved there. That's the first thing. That's actually a very simple thing to do. It's to move a pipe. And there is land that belongs to Mogale City, which they can do. So we want to reach a settlement on that basis, which deals with that, and also deals with who lives there, which I'm told I'm not allowed to discuss, and it also deals with what these people are going to do. And we want to have a situation whereby people who are going to move into this township, this low-cost township, will actually have title, they will have sectional title, they will be able to borrow money from the bank, and they will be able to grow their own economy. but there can't be outsiders. There are already so many outsiders because you've already mentioned how many people there are inside Krugersdorp. Please don't dump them in the area of Hekpoort, which happens to be a UNESCO conservancy. That has meaning, and if any of you don't know what a conservancy is, and you're involved in this case, you please find out, because you shouldn't be doing your job if you don't know what it is. So what I'm asking you is a plea to the mayor. Your attorneys don't want to talk. They're waiting for instructions. And we waited in court the other day to try and resolve this through a whole morning, waiting for the council to give instructions to its attorneys. And we're all standing in court, and the judge is waiting, and nothing was heard, because the left hand doesn't know how to talk to the right hand, because nobody is prepared to accept responsibility. And I've noticed that in these discussions, especially when I heard about what's happening with all the sewage works, and I'm hearing a lot of underground music, which is in the tone of, it wasn't me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. It's always somebody else. I'm saying now, please, could you instruct your lawyers? You've got nothing to lose. You've already got lawyers. They're already waiting to take your instructions. But if you do nothing and say nothing, and if you hide all the time and it's no comment, no comment, no comment, the more there's a no comment, the more guilty you look. What I'm asking you to do is face up to it. Come forward, have a discussion, and we can actually work out a solution, a way of resolving a housing complex which is chaotic, which has been going on for 15 years. We can resolve it in a way that we will have a final plan. And when that final plan is done, other municipalities with similar problems will use us as a precedent. They will not, it's not something where you are going to be taking blame for everything or responsible. It'll be where people will look at it who know nothing about it and say, gee, that's quite a good idea. I think I'd like to do it in my place. That's the type of settlement I'm looking for. And we have till the 26th of January to do that. Otherwise, we're going to ask for the only things we can ask for, which are the serious sanctions. Public Finance Management Act investigations. Investigations into whether a thing was wasteful management or not. Those kind of things, those can carry on for years. And it's just going to be a war. I'm saying, we'll leave the war out. I don't want to, it's not my business how much money you make and where you get your money from. My business is to make sure you do your job, and that we do our job and help you to make something, and not to carry on doing developments without at least talking to your community that you're going to be doing it in with. Because if you think you're the big Numzan, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't work like that. We've already crossed the Rubicon on that front. So we're asking you, sir, please arrange for your lawyers to talk to us. I'm waiting for their call.
Thank you, Mr. Chris B. I just want to, you spoke to a broader situation now. Are we going to speak to Sefularo Village after this? So we note what you said at the moment, but thank you for your input. I want to ask Mr. Bro then, for your input. Thank you. Specifically on Percy, Stewart and Flip Human Water Treatment Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. My name is Trevor Bruff. I represent the Creative Humankind World Heritage Site Association. The Percy Stewart has been a massive problem to all of the residents in the Cradle area, and by the sounds of all the sewage works throughout Mogale are a serious problem. The Percy Stewart, I did a walk around there on the 4th of July. Percy Stewart, although there's been a lot of work and expenditure at Percy Stewart, and thank you to that, Mr. Mayor, Percy Stewart itself, the outflow from Percy Stewart is far from safe. The water test I did, and I think I did send a copy of the document I drafted to you for your attention, to highlight that the level of pollution, bacterial pollution in that outflow is excessive still. That is also going into the rivers. flowing through the cradle area, and what all of us forget, the farmers downstream are using that polluted water to irrigate their crops. We, in turn, in Mogale, buy that fresh vegetables, highly polluted, with this real risk of serious illness. Now, as we might know, various overseas countries have got very strict conditions for E. coli on their vegetables. In the US, for example, the CDC have found over time that a number of people have died from eating a simple thing as a lettuce leaf that's contaminated by E. coli. Yes, E. coli has a large number of different strains to it. The specific one, O147H7, is deadly if that's on the food. That is potentially in the outflow from Percy Stewart. We know the outflow from Percy Stewart basically carries all diseases of the residents of Mogale. So please, we need to get that back to normal. And Mr. Mayor, I would like to suggest that once it is sorted out, the day that you and I can go to the Blaugatspruit, where it goes under the N14, and you and I can drink a glass of water out of that river, that is the day that the problem is resolved. Until that day, Percy Stewart is not satisfactory. Coming back to some of the other issues there, please, you cannot do any remediation of any rivers in the area below or downstream from any of the sewage works, not until that sewage works is 100% operational. You are going to be wasting your money literally throwing it down and flushing it down the toilet. Something which goes back to some of the issues raised previously, looking at the stormwater drain system of Mogale, whatever rubbish gets dumped in the stormwater drain system ends up coming into the Blaugatspruit. At the moment, every time there's a heavy rainfall, all of the waste, rubbish, litter in Krugersdorp gets washed down to us in the cradle. Please, we need some type of action, maybe a combination of provincial, environmental, and Mogale, to have some litter traps placed on the Blaugatspruit close to Percy Stewart to catch all of this litter. Another issue, a number of years ago, the community put some money together to upgrade the Tarlton sewage truck dump site. For a period of time, Mogale had security at the dump site. About a year ago, that security stopped, which now means that effectively any sewage trucks from anywhere in Gauteng can come and dump questionable waste, which ends up going into Percy Stewart. Some of that waste has the potential to actually destroy the bacterial systems within Percy Stewart. Please, Mr. Mayor, we need security to be reintroduced at that site to get some type of control on what is actually going into your works. That report that I did shows me taking a walk along the main sewer pipeline between the Tarlton truck dump site and Percy Stewart itself. I found at least 2 manholes overflowing. Those manholes overflowing flow into the Blaugatspruit as raw sewage. I've spoken to various different people over the years. I understand from the older staff that there was a point where you actually had staff from Percy Stewart do a Monday morning routine where they walk the main sewer pipeline to check specifically for any problems. Potentially, let's start being proactive instead of reactive. If something like that was to be introduced again, which definitely hasn't been done for a very long time, looking at the overgrowth along that pipeline, potentially we could have a situation rectified before it becomes a problem. And I think I need to stop at that point, otherwise I'm going to talk the whole day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bro. We're going to move to the left here, Mr. Dani Rickert. The front, if you can just... Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Dani Rickert and I represent the Hackwood Landowners Association. I want to highlight a couple of points again, and I think that this is something that it's come up time and time again. Our municipality is unapproachable. Our municipality is not open to communication, not from businesses and not to the citizens of this municipality. This is creating a massive problem. Because we've been playing musical chairs in our municipality for the last 6 years and have not had a mayor for more than 2 years. You, Mr. Lucky Sele, our mayor at the moment, were also the speaker, so there was hope for that there was going to be some sort of a continuity and that you were understanding what is expected of you. With what we hear today, sir, I am sad to say that I don't think that you have quelled our fears in any way or any means. I want to understand how you reach the figures of the 500 million rand that you need to invest to finish the projects, and also the 50 million that you were talking about, the rehabilitation of the rivers. Do you realize that the pollution that we are creating here, or that you are creating from Mogale, reaches the Mozambican border? This problem is not only exclusified within the Mogale borders, but it goes international all the way to the Indian Ocean. 50 million rand ain't gonna cut it. That would be my one question. What is the level of the efficiency of our plants as they stand at the moment? What is the quality of water and the quantity of water, dirty effluent that's been dumped into the rivers as we speak? How is this not prioritized? How can we not see the seriousness in this? Back to the finances. Mr. Mayor, I'd really like to understand how you've reached your figures. If I go through the budgets that's been published in the IDPs, you talk about 13 or 14 office chairs to the value of 75,000 rand. That breaks down to 5,965 rand per chair. How do you reach your figures? I rest.
Thank you, Mr. Rickert. And then gentleman in front here.
Honourable Chair, members of the committee, my name is Martin Lind. I work for a company called Gelita, which has been in Mogale City for a lot of years, longer than Percy Stewart. And I also represent the some of the Delporton businesses in that area. I have prepared a brief document, but I'm not going through it. If I could hand it over to the committee afterwards, I'll just touch on a couple of the headlines. The first thing relates to Gelita only. From the beginning of this investigation by the Portfolio Committee, it's clear that the municipality made some very serious allegations against our company. Very, very serious, okay? That triggered administrative action of a very extreme EMI. We had almost 20 inspectors on our property from national, provincial, local level, including contractors and all sorts. The end result of that is there was absolutely no findings against Gelita. We operate in one of the most difficult industries on the planet, dealing with biological raw material, turning it into food and pharmaceuticals. People in this room don't even understand the layers of compliance we have to go through. The finger has been pointed at us, but the municipality and EARD will not tell us what allegations were made against us. They refuse. This is unlawful. We would like to see full disclosure of everything, every document, every transcript that has had to do with Gelita in these proceedings since the beginning. The second thing is, it's now, though the investigation carried on longer and longer, while they tried to find something to pin on Gelita, the only thing outstanding is there's 2 boiler stack emissions from the past 8 years, 2, that are over the limit that is applicable. And that was during times where we couldn't get grade A coal in this country, okay? We still cannot get a decision document out of EARD and the municipality. They will not issue it. Okay? Last thing on this thing is we understand, according to the rules for administrative justice, that we're entitled to make representation when we're accused of things. And so we would respectfully, once we get the decision document and the disclosure of the allegations, we would respectfully request that we get an audience with the committee to clear any outstanding issues. And why this is important is we're a global multinational. What goes on here, what is reported here, is monitored by customers all over the world. Big ones like Kraft, like Mondelez, like Haribo. If they pick up that we're non-compliant, the repercussions on our global business are extreme. And Mogale City doesn't have enough money to pay for it. So this is unacceptable. We lay it in front of the committee. We respectfully ask for correction of this. If there's something that Jolita is doing wrong, let's get it on the table. We'll deal with it. We're a fully compliant company, and we will not have our name dragged through the mud by Mogale City. The other things that we'd like to raise quickly were also raised in public participation. And that document that we gave to Mogale City during the roadshow on the 8th of May is attached here. It's worth a read. Okay? But the two pieces we want to target here are, number one, our objection and our neighbor's objection to the 15.3% tariff increase for sanitation. It's irrational and unreasonable. And I'll read those little pieces here. This general tariff increase is challenged as irrational and unreasonable in the context of a municipality that, per its own audited financials for past years, has maintained total wastewater expenditures at only about half of the amount of associated revenue collected from us. The underspend runs to between 37% and 58% of revenue each and every year from 2008-9 to 2021. The recent financials, we can't tell because they're such a mess. In such conditions, it should not be surprising, okay, that all 3 water waste treatment plants at least 22 of Mogale City's pumping stations were deemed completely dysfunctional by the time the sanitation crisis was finally declared. They've overcharged residents in just the years 2009 to 2021 a total of 1.3 billion rand. We're talking about these peanuts numbers up here that they want 160 million for Percy Stewart or 200 million for Flip Human. 1.3 billion is what we paid. It's also noted that the proposed increase was non-compliant with National Treasury requirement that any tariff increase greater than 4.4% be properly justified. This cannot be justified. What's perhaps the most alarming thing about this, however, is that the budget financials reflect the municipality's overt intent to continue to spend only about half of the projected sanitation revenue on provision and sustainability of the service. Look at the out years. They're going to collect double the money that they're going to spend on this service. It's unacceptable. The second issue in public participation that we're raising here is the failure of the municipality to recognize the liability for remediation of the environmental damage. We submit that there's ample record of this, and there's more in the document itself. But there's no recognition of this impending liability, and 30 million ain't gonna touch it. We're talking billions. We're talking billions. And in the context of a municipality that has overcharged its residents and businesses so much over the years, where is this bill going to go? It cannot come back to the residents and the businesses. We've paid, and we would not have had this problem if the municipality had spent the money that we had paid to provide the services and safeguard the sustainability of our infrastructure. So we therefore respectfully request that the Portfolio Committee engage on at least these 2 issues in this document, okay, and require that those responsible for the current situation are held to account, and that the residents of the municipality are suitably protected against this ongoing abuse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your contributions, sir. If you will let Lebo, our committee coordinator, please communicate with her about the report. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. Mrs. Cheryl Smith, where are you? There at the back. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson. The presentation by Polani was speedy. There were some figures that came to my attention in terms of budget, and the environmental disaster is well documented. We understand there is a disaster, and the theme is prevalent and it keeps repeating. What is being done to make sure that although you have upgraded, refurbished, and apparently got some of the wastewater works back under control and cleaning the water, it keeps breaking? Have you employed adequately trained and knowledgeable staff to maintain these wastewater works, so that next week we don't have to ask why we have to spend another 50 million to fix the infrastructure? You have put a good coat of paint on it, you've fixed up the valves, you've cleaned it up, but is it truly functional? Have you got the right people in the right place to keep the infrastructure and the services functional? And another question is, there are some figures in the budget that Palani shared that appear a little bit extravagant for some of the services that are being offered, and some of them have been under budgeted. Can somebody have a look at the financial implications of what you are doing? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. We've got two contributions left time for. First would be Councillor Gwen Brits there on the right, the Ward Councillor for Ward 39, I think, and then Councillor Lawrence Gous on my left, and then we conclude. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to second what Jaco du Toit and Trevor Bruff have said, so I won't cover those questions. I would like to know if we could get a commitment, a firm commitment, as to when the works will be complete, when rehabilitation of our rivers will begin, and whether the surrounding lands and the furrows will also be rehabilitated, including the water bodies that have been so badly polluted. I would also like to know, the reason why I'm asking this question is that there are current court judgments for rehabilitation that are years old, which have never, ever been done. So I'd like to know if this is actually going to happen. And here I refer to the court judgments with regard to the Pinehaven pump station. The wetlands across the road has never been rehabilitated, even though that there is a court order in place. I'd also like to know when the Delporton hole, where the sewage is dumped by the honeysuckers, will be secured. I'd also like to know if the landowners, business owners, venue owners, farmers along the rivers who have suffered devastating financial losses will be assisted financially. And then just to add on there, if the matter of the sodium cyanide, which is also now being decanted into the Klip Spruit via the Zamazamas at Portion 26's new wash bay, will be dealt with, because this is a perfect storm for the cradle of humankind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Brits. Councillor Lawrence.
Jay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like, Mr. Mayor, I would like to concur with Mr. DeLonge. Where is the municipal manager today? He has been in office for a very, very long time. Mr. Mayor, I want to, even if there is a lot of criticism, I think Percy Stewart is looking the best it has looked for a very, very long time. I think we can concur that. You know how I have been on your case about it a lot. But it is, I concur with everyone else, it's not where it should be. The waste that is still going into our rivers, into our ecosystem, it is damaging the livelihood of, as Councillor Brits also noted, said, lodgers, the farmers, the food quality that is produced along and in Mogale City and Krugersdorp. It's local business, and we're keeping business in Mogale City. That is a very, very big problem. Then also, it's not only Percy Stewart, we're looking at the pump stations and the rehabilitation of it. It is taking way too long. And I think a big problem in Mogale City, and this has been raised in portfolio and committee meetings, is our supply chain management is really not up to date. There is always a paper that has not been signed by this department, a paper that has been left there, and our supply chain management is standing still. It takes months for the people that work at Percy Stewart for PPP. They don't have it, they cannot work without it, it is illegal. But then what happens? Percy Stewart goes backwards again because of something simple like boots. So that is also something I think we should really, really look at. And Mr. Mayor, then also, Pilani did mention it, the 50 million and the 500 million. Where is that money going to come from? Is it going to be at the expense of the taxpayers yet again, to rehabilitate the rivers, to fix Percy Stewart up, than what it should have been done for a long time? The blame cannot be laid in front of you only, Mr. Mayor, but the previous administrations before you, because this did not happen 6 months ago. This has been going on for 4 to 5 years. And in conclusion, I did touch on the Pinehaven, and then the Pinehaven pump station. That has been overflowing every month. It is a disaster for human, for animal, for nature, for our economy in Mogale City. So please, Mr. Mayor, if that can be looked at and the committee can look at. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor. Just on a lighter note, I don't know who of you have received corporal punishment when you were children. I just read here that they say corporal punishment is the use of physical force to discipline a child causing pain or discomfort. Now, I received a lot of hiding my bad handwriting, but it didn't help. Not a single bit. So that for that reason, I unfortunately missed Miss Bobby Bain because I couldn't read my own handwriting. Apologies for that. Last word from you for this topic. And then after that, we're going to allow Mogale City and the department to respond quickly before we move on to Sefularo Village and then Brickvale. And the other people who wish to ask questions, please, I want to ask you to send it to Lebo, to our committee coordinator, so that we can also forward it to the Mogale City, and we're going to have them respond to the committee as well. We haven't got more time than that, unfortunately. Yeah, but I just want to remind you that we still got 2 topics to go, and the committee's got a breakaway session with the Department of Agriculture as well. Let's see how quickly we can go. Let's go with Mrs. Brain first.
Honourable Chairperson, I'd like to address everybody. I'm the owner of Brookwood Trout Farm, which has been negatively affected by the sewage. I also had a very long, complicated report, but a lot of people have spoken for me. My big concern is that our business is on the brink of destruction. We have been going for 23 years and have supported tourism and recreation in the cradle. My concern is that it's not only my family that has been affected. We had a huge staff. I do have figures of staff members that we've had to let off. Some of them have worked for us up for 23 years. We've had to get rid of a whole lot of our stock. We can no longer give them the water from the river. Our household water also came from the river. And when the sewage came down the river, we were forced to erect or put up a water filtration system, which we have done. And we have fairly clean water to bath in. We cannot drink the water that we have coming through our filtration plants because the water going into it is too dirty. So much for my constitutional right for clean water. I don't have that, and I haven't had it for a while. Another thing I worry about is the staff. As I said, the staff, we've had to get rid of a whole lot of staff. We were supporting 5 families within our family. We can no longer do that. We've had to retrench a huge number of staff, which is devastating for us. Also a very expensive thing because a lot of our staff have worked for us for so long. And my hope is that the municipality or Mogale City will be able to clean the water up, clean the river up, clean the furrow up, as the councillor said, and hopefully, and I doubt it's going to be in my lifetime, that, sorry, I'm getting emotional, we can have a trout farm again. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I forgot one thing. We have a petition with 5,970 signatures that I would like to hand over to somebody today, because I feel that somebody needs to know. And gentleman there, I'm sorry I forget your name, I would like to personally invite you and the mayor to Brickvale Trout Farm to see the devastation that has been caused. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, madam. Two ladies in front, if you can each be, I'm only going to allow the two of you, but 1 minute each, please. Otherwise, I'm going to have to stop you. We're not going to break for lunch. We'll have lunch after our whole session. So it's a very important issue, but please stick to 1 minute each. Please, Mrs. Talanga.
Chair, thank you very much. I'll be brief. I've got a couple of questions, but I'll start with the first one. Does Mogale City still have blue drop certification? If not, why? Does Mogale City have a green drop certificate, a valid green drop certificate? Then is the state-of-the-art Mogale wastewater treatment operating in Magaliesburg? I think you guys did address that, but just for the record. And then just to say there's already billions that's been spent and overspent on that project. Then the next question, is there a working, legally compliant wastewater sewer network in place from Hekpoort N14 in the Tarlton area, the Mulder's Drift area where Sefularo is, as well as on the N14? Is there a working, compliant network, sewer water network system? Are the underground water regularly monitored, considering the dolomite ground formation? And I say regularly as per legal requirements, with the emphasis on the dolomitic formations. Where does the waste trucks dump their wastewater? Because we see them in the streams. Wherever you drive, you see them there, busy dumping. And are all these waste disposal businesses with their trucks, are they registered with Mogale City, and are they being regulated? Eighth question, why are sewer networks not put in place as per the building and town development regulations? In this case, I know you're going to get to Brickvale, but I just want to point that one out. It's a development that was put in place by Mogale City and by province, human settlements, without, and having people move in, without any water or sewer infrastructure. There still is no water, sewer infrastructure. Mayor, do you realize that? There are pipes going down to the bottom, and you've got a hole, and all the sewer are pumped in there. We already lost a child in the previous holidays because I don't know if they thought they could swim there or if it was an accident, but it's an open hole where the sewer are. Are there any consequences legally for Mogale City Wastewater Treatment Department officials and the that's knowingly dumping waste sewer into our heritage streams and artery water streams running into the Hartbeespoort Dam? And there I can say, if anybody wonders, and we all know Hartbeespoort Dam, Mogale City and Tshwane are the two partners in polluting that dam. The two sole partners, Mogale City and Tshwane, which is not on the menu today. Is the National Department of Water and Sanitation in any way involved in the wastewater pollution crisis in Mogale City? And then I also want to know, Sibanye Mine has offered, and I know they were partly involved with the engineering and technicalities at the Percy Stewart treatment plant. I know there was a complaint that they say Mogale City was not very forthcoming and assisting. So it sort of hampered the whole idea of them bringing their expertise to assist the municipality and finances. And then the last question, Tarlton Brickvale sewer network to Percy Stewart. I don't know if you realize that with Mogale's wastewater treatment that's not in operation fully, the water is now being, attempted to pump it uphill from Tarlton, uphill, 15 kilometers to the Percy Stewart. That's also not capacitated to even take Krugersdorp's effluent. 15 kilometers. Now, if you go and look at the engineering of that, you're going to need a whole lot of pumps of a certain capacity in series, because this one must pump to that one must pump to the next one, to get it uphill to Percy Stewart. So it's not working. That whole engineering is not working, and that's why I say that development cannot be signed off because it's illegal. The whole thing is illegal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Your minute is up. The last part mentioned about Brickvale, we will respond to that after the next after the Brickvale presentation. Please, Madam, if you go really short. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I thank you for the opportunity, but I'd like to point out that I took about 20 seconds in my first. We are pondering on what was done or what is being done. But I would like to point out here that what we see is at face value. We are looking face value at, oh, there's clean water at Percy Stewart. Face value is not sorting out our problem. We have a major problem in the communities everywhere in Tarlton. And I think that we should start looking, we are looking at what must we do. We are not looking at why is this happening. It's time that we start looking at what is our local municipality doing that is causing all of these problems in our sewer systems. And that's very important, because the one thing I can point out at Brickvale problem as we have it at the moment is a major problem. They put houses up 1 meter apart to put as many people as possible into the area there. Bring them into an area. They initially told the people the houses were being built for the squatter camp or the illegal settlement. Sorry, it's not a squatter camp, I apologize. Matsalapata. They were going to move. The people have been waiting and waiting and waiting, and they are not being moved to the informal settlement. They are taking people from all over outside of our own district, outside of Krugersdorp, and they are bringing them there. I can give you people who stay there who are actually illegal immigrants. There's no control. They're allowing people. There are people who have up to 5 houses, so they bring in more people. They don't live there, but they rent out. They are bringing in people from all over. And my question is, how many more people will be coming into that area, and how many can you accommodate on the sewer system? Because currently, I had a meeting with the Department of Water and Sanitation of Krugersdorp, and we, by the manager, there was quite a few people involved there. In September of last year, I was being promised at the meeting that the pumps would be commissioned in October. Nothing happened. The pumps did get commissioned about 3 or 4 weeks after they made a promise. 1 pump was commissioned. So we currently had the pump down. I don't know if it's been fixed yet. The sewer again has been running out there into the river. This other pump is not commissioned. What are you doing about it? And what are you going to continue? And this is my major question. Are you going to continue adding to the problem by bringing people from as far as Johannesburg, Carltonville, all over the show? And this gentleman used a word that I was reprimanded about, but I'm going to use it again, and dumping them in our area.
Thank you, Madam. Let's afford the Mogale City to respond, but once again, it's virtually impossible to respond to all these questions here. And I would request Mogale City to respond to the committee so that we can give a feedback to the community. Just for information, all the municipalities of Gauteng did appear before the committee a couple of weeks ago on the air pollution strategies and policies. So this work has been done. And everything that's been said here is been investigated, consequences, etc., etc. But it's very valuable to have this interaction, to hear what the stakeholders and the public has to say. But I just want to ask again to the speakers, if you speak, stick to the topic at hand, because there are some of these instances was actually on Sefularo Village, for instance, or Brickvale, which we're still going to get to. So we're not going to break till we finish this session. But we have to move fast. Thank you, Honourable Mayor, or Mogale City, that side. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I will try and answer as much questions as I can. Firstly, there is a generator at Percy Stewart. And the date of compliance, cost implications. The date of compliance, we are looking to finish the plant before the end of this financial year, in which we should comply. For now, we are not complying, but the water, the color, the odor, it's gone. But yeah, in terms of compliance, we are testing the water every week internally, and then we can share the results with the committee. Sorry, no, I'm not presenting. Sure. Sorry about that. I think the other one was rehabilitation, Delport. Delport is a budget of 100,000 this financial year. We are planning to have an access control as soon as the first quarter of this financial year. We do give trucks permits, but then the problem was there was no one at the gate to monitor the trucks that are coming in. But we will be able to do that this quarter, at the end of this quarter. We're going to have to have access controlled and take samples in some of the trucks. And then let me see the other one. What has been done to ensure that wastewater treatment bags are back into control in the staff? Yes, we've hired, in my presentation I did show, last financial year we got executive manager, we've got myself, we've got 9 process controllers, which is 3 per wastewater treatment works as per our water use licenses. So the personnel are there on site, they're just waiting for the plants to start working so that they can start maintaining them. And I did mention as well in my presentation that O&M is one of the things that we put forward to say once we are done with the rehabilitation, refurbishment, we don't have to go back again to refurbish. We must have operation and maintenance budget. With the, oh yes, I've addressed this one, the dumping. Yes, we have a problem. Trucks, they should be dumping at Delport, but you get trucks coming as far as Pretoria, as far as Joburg. And we've been made aware that they dump it at the nearest manholes. We are working on that with our traffic cops, because we don't have cops in the municipality, but we've reported it as well to our superiors to assist us with that. But as soon as we have control at Delport, I think the quality of water that is going to Percy Stewart will be better. I don't know if I miss or the budget that where do we get these figures? The 50 million, it's a draft conditional assessment. The full conditional assessment will be done once the plant is operational and it's complying. For now, even if we do that, we're not going to do anything. But this was a figure that was given by the consultant appointed, and the figures that are in my slide, they are coming from the conditional assessment that was done by the consultant appointed. I think I will have to leave it here, Mayor. You can take from here. Thank you.
Thank you to the Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to mention that we also have here the member of the mayoral committee responsible for water and sanitation, and such that some of the issues that are raised that we must respond to are noted by the department, including the invitation to visit the trout farm at the earliest convenience of the MEC. We will go there, not only the MEC, but to all land owners that are affected downstream to understand the impact of the situation that was that is as a result of the wastewater treatment plant. Just on two issues, Chair. One is that the stakeholders are being unfair to me, and I did not respond to this question on the first segment when we're dealing with the report, but also in this section, is that the stakeholders take the municipality to court, and then they ask me for a discussion, Chair. So that is difficult, MEC, because I'm requested to have a meeting with a matter that is before court. And legally, I'm advised that I can't do that because the matter is sub judice. So I'm asking that the stakeholders be fair with the municipality. You can't take the municipality to court and request for an engagement. The first step is to request for an engagement, and if our engagement fails, then you can take the municipality to court. But this is quite a disadvantage for me to discuss on matters that you have taken to court. So if there's any request then to engage on those particular matters, it makes it very difficult, and whether it should be through attorneys and so on, and the committee would advise me, Chair, that we're in a situation where there's no good, and I appreciate this session, because there's no good, all of us were looking for solutions to deal with the problems that we have. But we're in a situation where there's no good coordinated relationship between the municipality and stakeholders. And the only time we get to interact with stakeholders is when you have called this particular session, because the matters are before court. So how do we go about addressing those particular issues? I think the matter of the finances, the manager clarified they are market-related, submitted by consultants. But I want to say in the past few months, the past 7 months, we have fixed 17 pump stations out of 24. And the ones of Pine Haven, the one at Melis Drift, we have appointed service providers to then undertake that particular work to fix the issue of these pump stations. Notably, what is not being raised is that our wastewater treatment plants are also affected as a result of criminal elements. We accept that there is where we were unable to maintain our sewer pump station and wastewater treatment plants. But also want the committee to note that the issue that we raised of Zamazamas at the landfill site, they also hit the wastewater treatment plants, not only in Mogale City, but everywhere else. The wastewater treatment plants are hit by criminals. And we've taken a step to put security in place to be able to safeguard the investment that we would put in place. Some of the issues that are human settlements related, the human settlement manager after his presentation will engage on those particular issues. But I wish I could say that, Chair, I wish I could say that myself as the mayor, I'm the superhero and will resolve these problems. But that is not the reality. The reality is that the municipality, with all stakeholders involved, we need to work together. Our responsibility is to ensure that we utilize the rates and taxes that we get from the community properly, but we also need support from the stakeholders involved on how we can address these particular issues that we are confronted with of people coming. They don't dump only at Delporten. They dump at the nearest main holes that they can find. And we need to work together, report these particular issues, have a comprehensive response on how to deal with these particular problems. People dispose in the drainage and stormwater drainage that ends at Percy Stewart. They dispose of everything. They dispose of clothes, they dispose of pampers, they dispose of everything that they can dispose of into the sewer line that ends up at Percy Stewart. That's why even after we fix the pump station would block. It's not because there was shoddy work done, but it's because it's as a result of what is being put into our stormwater drainage systems. So we are hoping that through these consultations, Chair, because it's difficult, the stakeholders want to meet me, but the matter is before court, and the attorneys would tell me that you can't engage on a matter that is before court. That is the legal advice that I get. So after this meeting, through this platform, Chair, I hope that we would have a strong stakeholder engagement. I do go to Azadville to engage with the community, but I can't engage with the Ratepayers Association, because the Ratepayers Association has taken the municipality to court, or the matter is before court that they're in support of. So we need to really find a way of having a good relationship, taking advice and guidance from the committee on how to respond to these particular challenges that exist in Mogale City, and we are committed to those issues. Mogale City still has blue drop status. Mogale City still has green drop status, over 96%. Not 100% now because of the challenges that we have, but those are challenges that we are working on. We appreciate the support of the committee to encourage us to continue doing what is expected of us. And I think it's a matter of principle. Looking at local government currently, there are many municipalities that are not doing what is expected of them. Looking at the municipalities that are in court with the Department of Water and Sanitation and Environment, over 100 municipalities are before court on environmental issues. So we are committed to resolve this challenge, working together with the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Just 1 second. I'm gonna. We can't deliberate further on this now. We ask that if there's any further questions or interactions, please forward it to the committee. And we're going to have the feedback as well from Mogale City on this. I'm sure that there's lots of questions still need to be asked, but we have to move on. I just want to consult here quickly with the honourable member. Okay. Not anymore. Okay. Now, I've got a request from Honourable Mulder just to make observation, and then we'll afford the Honourable MEC just to close, and then we're going to move on to the next topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for allowing me quickly. I just wanted to make an observation. Executive Mayor You know, you speak about the residents coming to you, you know, you can't answer because you're in court and so on. And I just want to make the observation that a number of the people that have come here today have said that they have tried to meet with you, that they are unable to meet with you, and that then progresses to a court case. So to say that they shouldn't go to a court case and they should engage with you is kind of backward, because we've heard from almost everyone today how unsuccessful they've been in trying to meet with you. And I fully agree with you. You're using words like coordinate and relationship and work together, and that's essentially what we want in a municipality. And you've got a room here full of stakeholders who are experts in their fields, who are chairpersons of their relevant associations, who are advocates for their community and so on. And yet they're desperate to try and just have your ear for 5 minutes. And I think that it's a huge problem. It is not the job of this committee to facilitate meetings between yourself and residents. It is the job of this committee to have a stakeholder engagement on these issues. But we see residents who are desperate for a minute of your time to bring their issues up, which shows us that there is no community engagement ever. So I would implore you, please, along with your MMCs and councillors, to have relevant engagements with these communities. An IDP is not a community engagement once every few years. You need to be having meetings with all of these stakeholders so that these things don't bubble up and come out at a stakeholder engagement, which is meant for an environmental meeting. Please talk to your residents, spend time with them, especially the people in this room. They want to help. They've got solutions. So many of them are saying, if you give me a minute, I can show you something, but you're not giving them that. So if I can just make that observation, please, to include your residents and stakeholders. That's why they are stakeholders. So please include them.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I won't be long. Ma'am, I know that I'm new here, so I'll just repeat my name for you. It's Evan Botha. I'm coming to your trout farm. I'm going to be there on Tuesday. So Tuesday, I'm setting out to come and deal with all of the issues that the stakeholders have set out so that I can learn what your problems are, understand what you're raising here, and you know, come to this portfolio committee with a little bit more of a relationship going forward. So Tuesday the 29th, if you'd like to be part of it, we'll go to all of these facilities that we've discussed here today. I'll bring my team along and we'll see how we can facilitate anything through the municipality. And obviously, Mayor, you're obviously invited to join us as well. Thank you, Chair. That's all for me.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable members and ladies and gentlemen, all present. I know there's lots still to be said, but we have to move on. And we're not going to leave anything that's not been said. I really invite you to forward your questions to the committee so that we can pursue them to whoever they should be directed and that we can give feedback. And that's the reason why I ask you to sign the attendance register. We've got two presentations. The one is on Sefularo Village and the other one on Brickvale. Some of the stakeholders has already mentioned some stuff about these two topics, but I really want the presentations to be short. I'm really going to attempt to see if we can break the session as soon as possible, around about 2 o'clock or after 2. Who will be doing the presentation from Mogale City? If you're ready, sir, you may continue. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, entire provincial legislature, executive mayor of Mogale City and councillors, and valuable stakeholders, protocol observed. As Chair has just alluded to, that I will just have to be as brief as possible. I'll quickly take you through this. Purpose being to respond to questions raised by provincial legislature on environmental impact related to number of projects currently under implementation by the municipality. My apologies, my name is Aaron Tsoku from Human Settlements and Real Estate. And the second bullet also indicates that this presentation also covers status of basically those two projects that Chair indicated earlier. The first one being Dr. Sefularo Project of Concern. This map shows basically where the project is located in Hekpoort, and those who are familiar with the place will confirm that this is where it's located. Status of the projects currently is that the township was planned in line with all required township establishment legislation. This entails all town planning legislation, environmental and water use license, to mention just but a few. Indeed, Dr. Sefularo is surrounded by a number of other informal settlements, refers to as problematic informal settlements in the correspondence from provincial legislature and by other stakeholders. These settlements are not suitable for human habitation and contribute to environmental degradation because they lack basic services. Dr. Sefularo is meant to address these disparities, and as the first project in the area, meant to improve social cohesion, especially in rural areas. In terms of sewage management of this development, there is no raw sewage currently planned to be discharged into open field or wetland prior to occupation of the houses and post-occupation of those houses. Only treated water that meets acceptable minimum effluent quality standard is planned to be discharged as per provisions of the general authorizations obtained from the Water Affairs. There is the reference number for that authorization, and whoever stakeholder wants to get hold of it can get access to that information. It has been issued by the Water and Sanitation Department. Sutrit, who is currently the service provider for construction of the sewage package plant, has proven themselves to be competent in the sector and conversant with regulatory requirements for the facility. Sutrit was also presented with an opportunity to present the model to the mayoral committee, and all concerns were taken into account during the final design stages of the plant. Municipality made an input towards the final design, and we raised all questions which were relevant and of concern. The package plant meant to treat sewage is expected to only produce 150 kiloliters per day of treated effluent, which qualified it to be exempted from extensive environmental authorization process. Currently, the sewer package plant is currently towards completion at Dr. Sefularo project, and we are constantly monitoring it with the Department of Water and Sanitation, because they are the ones who issued permit for us to discharge, and they are the ones who are also funding the project. Hence, we are continually monitoring jointly this project. So I think further down, it's just that I couldn't include all other pictures. On the left-hand side of the package plant, I think it's somewhere here. This is the road. There is a discharge sewer, bulk outfall sewer that's discharging into the wetland. And we are quite aware that this is the matter of concern. That's why we're making sure that this package plant is state-of-the-art, and there will be continuous monitoring of the quality of the effluent before discharge. And again, as a confirmation that the area needs to be serviced by a waterborne sanitation system. We're currently working on the elevated water tank. This elevated water tank, I'm sure those residents who live in the area will agree with me that it was almost complete, with panels almost at 90% complete, but unfortunately it's one of those projects happen to find themselves being subject of or victims of vandalism by criminals. So it was vandalized to an extent that the municipality had to is currently trying to refurbish again or construct it to its full capacity so that it can meet it can address its purpose. So soon we will be seeing this this infrastructure being completed, and it will be able to supply water into the township to make sure that the sanitation system within the township it's waterborne. And with regard to Brickvale housing development, municipality acknowledge existing dolomite on a number of patches of land within the footprint of the development. There is indeed dolomite in that area. Geotechnical studies are conducted are in detail and clearly shows where these patches of dolomite are located within the development footprint. The studies further approved the development on condition that it complies with the South African guidelines for development on dolomitic land. However, municipality resorted to attempt to build on those patches of land following certain construction standards. We indeed decided, also as per EI authorization, to avoid those patches of land at all costs. And over and above that, we have demarcated all those areas which are dolomitic with white stones. We painted some stones, and just to make sure that we restrict access into dolomitic land by contractors, even by local communities. Having a look at this aspect geotechnical assessment conducted on the site, this is those who are familiar with the site. All these things that have circulated with bold circle is one of the dolomitic site. It's been clearly demarcated. No access by public or even by contractors. Another site, if you can go on site, is this one. We've got about 4 areas that are highly dolomitic, which are currently clearly marked. Then there will be no access. Here is another one here, and this is another one, and this is the biggest one. I think this is this road here is R24, yeah, from Magaliesberg, so, or towards Magaliesberg. So those are clearly marked, and there will be no access to that, those sites. And development will be taking place out of those parameters that we've clearly marked there. And with regard to the pump station, municipality acknowledged that indeed there was a sewer spillage in Tarlton pump station, which was developed to handle sewage from Brickvale housing development. Pump station is also meant to improve life of other surrounding communities through development of waterborne sewer system. Like with other many government infrastructure, pump station was also exposed to vandalism, and as such could not serve the purpose when the time came for its intended use. The outfall sewer line towards the pump station could therefore not handle the volumes coming in and resulted with leak. The leak occurred adjacent to historically existing pits, and sewer was temporarily diverted to those pits. This occurred for about a month, and currently the pump station is fully functional, and the pit that handled the sewer overflow was closed and rehabilitated. Unfortunately, as alluded to earlier by other speakers, we find ourselves in densely populated communities, and some of our communities are actually it's a new experience for them to use waterborne sewer systems, and So hence we are currently having occupants currently disposing hard solids, some of them disposing these hard solids directly into the outfall sewer lines. And this leading to blockage of the pump station. It is a very difficult situation that we learned recently as the municipality. And municipalities, Department of Environmental Management is currently frequently conducting awareness programs to the local community to ensure a responsible waste disposal behavior. Municipality has also embarked on frequent monitoring of sewer infrastructure manholes, since these are frequently being tampered with. And the pump station has recently been commissioned as well, and municipalities currently frequently monitoring its efficiency given the unexpected inflow of hard solids. It's something that we didn't expect. And the current status of infrastructure also subjected the municipality to being issued with some fines. And those fines, actual directive from the provincial environmental authorities, actually is directive, I'm sorry, it's not fines. So unfortunately, this clip, I tried to take a snapshot of this, but it's not clear. But basically, this is the provincial GDART allowing Brickvale development to proceed after all non-complying activities were corrected. But this notice, this instruction for us to proceed with the development, it's got strict conditions aimed at making sure that there is continuous compliance by the municipality during this development. This is the stage when we were working on refurbishing the actual pump station itself. As I said, besides the elevated tower that I show you in Sefularo, in Brickvale we also experienced extensive vandalism of this pump station, running into millions. But now that we have beefed up security, we are confident this will never happen again. What we are fighting for now is to ensure efficiency of the pump station and servicing of local communities. This is basically picture showing the incident by then when we experienced blockage of the pump station as a result of infrastructure challenges, especially on the inflow line into the pump station. And this is show post rehabilitation phase after refurbishment. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. Honourable members, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, we really have to move very effective and use our time very wisely. I just want to ask a question from the committee side, myself, and from the chair side. It's something that I've been wondering about now when I saw this presentation. If we consider the situation in Mogale City and the state of water treatment plants, which has been the topic of the day, and it's good to see that a new water treatment plant is being erected at Sefularo Village. The question remains, in that same presentation, it is said that some of the infrastructure has been destroyed by vandalism. So what happens if that water treatment plant has been vandalized, just as Percy Stewart's been vandalized, for instance, with a raw sewage overflow pipe just 10 meters on top of the Mogale River? Just something that I want to know. Honourable members, any questions from your side? Honourable Mulder? All right, let's start at the far right there. Honourable Jaco.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I only have two questions. Ne? One, how will the department verify that the discharge point remains safe for surrounding farmers and the environment? And then the last one is, what monitoring schedule is in place to ensure the new sewer plants remain within general authorized limits? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sateka. Dr. Jaco, any from your side, you're fine. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to find out, earlier one of the stakeholders said that there was a pipe facing the river. If we can just get clarity on that piece, what pipe that is and what would be expecting to become out of that pipe. The second one I want to know is, you say only water that meets the standards will be released. Who will be testing that water? To my knowledge, Mogale no longer has a functional testing facility. So who will be testing that water and how often will it be tested? And then when you speak about the dolomitic areas over there, how does Mogale intend on preventing illegal establishment of homes there? Because we know what's going to happen. They build the establishment and then people are going to come onto the outskirts and start erecting informal or illegal buildings and so on. And once they do that and that water starts to seep down, that whole area is then in danger of a sinkhole. So if I can just get some clarity on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Miller. On my left-hand side, nothing. Honourable Moody.
Chair, tongue in cheek, it's the first time in the Engelbrecht, there's nothing to say. Thank you very much for that presentation, very interesting indeed. Now, the first slide that you had deals with a particular, I think it's Dr. something settlement. And it, yes, Sefularo, okay. It is built to deal with 150 kiloliters per day, right? How did you come to that assessment? Because of the housing establishment. Does it, at this present moment or during its occupational period, will it then be producing 150 milliliters of effluent per day? If so, what is being done to ensure that that inevitable increase in population density which occurs, how will this water treatment plant be able to deal with such increase? The other questions that I have here were answered. You stated with the Brickvale, when you had a problem, there was a pit, you deviated or diverted the pipe to some pit. The pit was closed and rehabilitated. How was it rehabilitated? Because just closing it is something else. And you first rehabilitate before closing, or how does you do? And this is not the first time that you're talking about the fact that we have a problem with solid waste per se that is entering into our pump stations and our sewer works. I mean, in your planning stages, with your new pump stations or sewer works, are you not including things such as screens and sedimentation handling? And also where you are doing the refurbishment of plants that are having this problem time in and time out, you put in those screens and things just before it enters into the actual works. And that way you are able to mitigate against it. I mean, it's just common sense. Prevention is better than cure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. I'm going to now force stakeholders to engage. Just before I do that, lunch has been arranged for everybody present at 1 o'clock. That's now 1 o'clock today. But as we know, we're still busy. So if there are any of the people present who wish to have lunch who are not directly engaged, at the moment you're welcome to go. The rest of us will follow once we finish with the session, but we have to push on. Any engagements? I'm going to start from my... Okay, there's lots of hands. Mr. Rickert, Mrs. De Lange, I'm just going to write down the names. Mr. Rickert De Lange, so that I don't read. I'm going to move to that side. Just your surname again, sir? I don't miss anybody here. Far left, your name, sir? Karabu, Mr. Karabu. And I'm going to start move to my right. There at the back is Mr. Liebenberg, Councillor Liebenberg. And Cheryl, and there at the back, lady, your name? Sorry, I can't. Rowlandson. There at the back. Kagiso, can I just address you as Kagiso for the moment, sir? And then, okay, there are quite a hands. Yes, I'm just pointing at the lady there. Councillor, you are the councillor for Ward 32, if I remember. Okay. Okay, can I, the last one here at the right for now. Sorry, Jessica? I can't hear you, sir. Tabu, I've got it. We've got 10 names here, but people, let's stick to this first. Okay, just one moment. The gentleman at the right there, yes. Yes?
Joseph.
Your name?
Joseph.
Joseph, okay. And the very last one then there.
Peter Morwani.
Sorry, can you just repeat?
Peter Morwani.
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm quite serious with you. Please, if you speak, I know this is an emotional issue, but be very, very precise on what you want to speak to, because we've really got time limits. Let's start with Mr. Rickert here right in front. Thank you, so you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I want to just understand the plans that we've put out today with Dr. Sefularo, with the exchange pipes or the discharge pipe into the Mogale River. I managed to get my hands on the precinct plan that was sold to the public in 2021, if I'm correct. And it clearly states in there that no effluent or clean water will be discharged into the Mogale River, purely for the fact that it's a sensitive area. And it is noted in your own precinct plan as it was set out then. I'd like to get clarity on that and understand how, when on some reports things are important and we can breeze over them on other reports or bypass them. How do we follow rules like Spluma, etc.? When it suits you, it gets enforced onto businesses and the normal people of South Africa, but when it doesn't suit you, you can sidestep it and shortcut some of the points. Honourable Mulder, you also pointed out to the I just want to reiterate that the vandalism on all the sites I see as poor management. It's not something new, it's not something that's happened once, it's happening at all the sites. Yet at the moment we've got brand new equipment standing on the ground, shiny, that's going to be carried away without an armed guard next to it, or a policeman for that matter. I don't know why we keep going over the police. It is their job. Why do we as citizens have to pay for private security to look after something that the police is mandated to do by law? And then finally, with the blockages that was mentioned by MMC, I apologize, I will get the abbreviations wrong. Don't you think that these blockages will reduce dramatically if we can get Luipaardsvlei and our waste removal, solid waste removal, working properly? If we give people a toilet that can flush, but we can't give them a bin, are we really serving the people of the community? And if they don't have a bin that's been emptied out with nappies and all the stuff that goes with it, if they need to get rid of it, they're going to flush it down the toilet, and it's going to become your problem in one way or another. And finally, with the Dr. Sefularo village, it has become very clear to us as the landowners in the area by the conduct of our MMC for Mogale with our IDP that they blame, or the landowners are being blamed for the problems with the residents in the area. Blamed for getting them off their land, making them homeless. And I want to just give an explanation or give you guys our input from our side. If the economy, being agriculture and tourism, has been knocked at the knees, and we end up on our faces as the landowners and the businesses in the Hackpoort area, and we can't employ the people that used to work for us anymore, where Mrs. Bain is a prime example of exactly that. How are we supposed to keep people employed if we do not get a sustainable income from our properties, be it with agriculture or tourism? How do we sustain the people that live with us? How can you put the blame at our feet if you guys are actively tucking on the rope around our neck that government has put there? Why do you exclude us from the communications in the IDPs, where communication is just a one-way street, where we get told that it's you that this and you that that, but when we make inputs with the budgets and stuff like that, it doesn't get serious consideration from the executive of Mogale City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rieke. Ms. De Lange.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm going to help you out. I'm not going to repeat all my questions. I think the questions I've aired a little bit earlier is also concerning these areas, which is Tarlton, Brickvale, as well as Magaliesburg. So I'll just stick to that. But what I would like to request, maybe to further the point of this meeting, is if the presentation can be forwarded to the stakeholders, respective stakeholders, and then maybe we can just go and sit together and just draft some more questions for answers we need, and then we'll forward it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lange. You're most welcome. I think it was Law, if I remember correctly. Yeah, to the left, yeah.
Khozong, can I sit down, Chair?
Mr. Law, you're already sitting down.
Can I speak while sitting down?
You're welcome.
Sure, thank you. Chair, in 2018, we had a community meeting that you attended in your personal capacity as Jaco Mulder. That meeting had resolutions. One of the resolutions, Chair, that meeting addressed issues of human settlement, agriculture, environment, and rural development. So I cannot be as brief as you may expect, because I've been waiting for an RDP house for 30 years now. Here are the resolutions of that meeting that you attended in your personal capacity. Portion 317 and 344, Mr. Jaco Mulder will look into the possibility of how the provincial government, in conjunction with the local government, can work together to work on the issue of housing in Hot 32. So, but I can see that you are quite surprised, Chair, but let me present the resolutions and then elaborate more. We identified portion 317 and 344, which is right in front of the old post office. We identified the remainder of portion 1, Fol Khazan, which is right in front of Letabo. We identified a portion that is called Dr. Sefularo Phase 2, which is behind the park at Lethabong, and it's actually between the park and what we anticipate as the sports complex in Ot 32. And we then presented the CRDP, the Comprehensive Rural Development Program, which is a responsibility of a rural department. And we said to you, Chair, that Sokulumi, Bantubonke, Devon, and Hekburt were supposed to benefit from that program. Sokulumi, Devon, and Bantubonke benefited, but Hekburt didn't. And we are talking about the program that was initiated when Mr. Gugile Nkwinti was still I think he was a minister. So I call it a community meeting, but to my surprise today, the individuals who are in that meeting or represented in that meeting who are white in color have now changed an identity. By then they were community members. Today they are rates and taxpayers. During the IDP they were rates and taxpayers. Today they are landowners. They always change the picture, but they always change the frame, but the picture remains the same. So I concur with the mayor that it's difficult to have conversations with them because they always present themselves differently, depending on what they want to achieve at that moment. They have been so inconsistent to an extent that even with us, community members, we can't even relate to them, and then they claim that they are not being consulted. They don't consult us. In every platform they get, they claim to be representing us. I'm a community member. They did not consult me. My deceased mother is a beneficiary there. They did not consult me. So they claim to be speaking on my behalf there, but they are actually advancing their white interest as they protect their white privileges. One of the things that I want to make clear to this gathering is that it doesn't matter what the environmental law says or what the decision may be about the Dr. Sefularo and other land that we have identified. I want to remind you, Chair, that in that meeting we told you that we were prepared to occupy those land without these services that have been mentioned in this meeting. But you came there and told us that you occupy a very significant position at the provincial level and will assist us. So it is clear today that even yourself, 7 years later, you haven't gotten back to us. But you could identify these white individuals and make sure that we are discussing Dr. Sefularo today. As a chairperson of this commission, you could have then came to us and told us that the matter that we spoke about in 2018 is getting attention from a legislature department. We are going to discuss it on the 22nd of July at Silver Star. Are you aware of that? And as Jaco Mulder, who attended the meeting at a personal capacity to assist, because you said something about the history and your interest in Hekburt. But you yourself today, you are chairing a session here. Dr. Sefularo is being discussed, and we are still waiting. I personally, and those who were in the meeting, are still waiting for your feedback, and it's 7 years later. So how do you expect us to have faith or to believe in this commission when it seems to be representing color more than assisting us? So I want this meeting to record this. We are not represented here. We are still waiting for the chairperson of this commission to give us a feedback. And then maybe we can allow this matter to be discussed at this level. Because here we are playing levels of the haves and the have-nots. So we are not going to allow that. So I would request that each and every individual here present, whenever you talk about Hot 32 or Hekburt and housing issues, it's a humble plea that direct your resources, your legal abilities, skills, and expertise to making sure that we end up with title deeds in our hands. If you're doing anything or saying anything that doesn't contribute to ensuring that the neglected community of Hekburt do not get their title deeds, that you are not representing us. And I want this meeting to also note that with or without basic services, we are going to occupy that land. Mayor, we are not being disrespectful to you. MMC, we are not being disrespectful to you. But it seems that us having access to decent houses is being converted into a game. Because I heard you clearly, Executive Mayor, that you said there are legislators here present. And I Googled the word legislator. It means a person who makes laws. So these people, if they are saying that you have contravened some laws, MMC, they were watching you as you were doing that wrong thing. And wait for the 22nd of July to waste the taxpayers' money, because this venue is not for free. And for us to come and discuss the fact that they've been looking at you breaking the law. Because Jaco Mulder, not the chairperson, Jaco Mulder, the individual that was with us in the meeting, said that he's got vested interest in our development. I'm not finished. The other thing that we raised...
Just one moment. I just wanted to get your surname correctly. It's Ndlovu. Yes, sir. Just to set the record straight, because I have to stop you now for a moment. Just pause. Just pause. Just pause.
No one was paused.
Please order there.
No one was paused.
Just one moment.
No one was paused. There's nothing to verify.
I just want to give you, I just want to set the record straight.
No one was paused.
I'm chairing this meeting. I ask you to listen to me.
So you are being bossed now.
I ask you to listen to me for a moment. I'll give you the opportunity to speak further just now. Listen, Ndlovu, just one moment. You said that I was there 7 years ago. 7 years ago, I was in the National Assembly. You're mentioning my name. I'm sitting with a WhatsApp here, dated 17 February 2024, directed to Councillor Dora Madiko, where I offered my assistance. That was 17 February 2024, not 7 years ago. And the reason why I went to that meeting, it was about housing. You're quite right. And the only reason that I was there is the MM wasn't there. He didn't pitch, if you remember. And I said that I was just assist in that regard. I didn't approve of anything, so please don't say things that are not true. I was there on an oversight mission as a member of parliament. That's the fact. I've got it on record here. So please stop mentioning my name in places where I didn't say anything. And please speak to environmental affairs. We're speaking to water treatment plant of Sefularo Village, not housing. So if you want to speak to that, I will allow you further, but I understand your situation about housing, and I respect that. But housing is not the topic that we address now. Please, if you want to speak to environmental affairs, then you may continue. Thank you.
Chair, the card that I have here is yours, and on the it's 2018. I think you are the chair of the session, and if you are going to oppress me like that, then I don't know if I'm going to continue speaking.
Please speak.
Because as the chair, you are the only person who can allow me to speak or stop me.
I did allow you to speak, and
but allow me to speak so that when you find something wrong in what I'm saying,
of your choice. We're speaking about environmental affairs. That's what this meeting is about. So if you want to talk to that, you're welcome to continue. Not about housing. This meeting is not about housing. And like I said, I respect what you have to say about housing, but it's not about housing.
Dr. Sefularo is a housing project.
Yes, but
Dr. Sefularo is a housing project.
Yes, but the issue
and
is,
rural development has got a component of housing.
The issue is the water treatment plant.
And the environment is affected by housing projects.
Please, I understand what you're saying. They are related, but the
people names have been mentioned. The mayor has been responding the whole morning.
If you don't want to,
even people called him Lucky Sele. People called him Lucky Sele, and he responded. He did not defend his name or his position. He was addressed as Lucky Sele, Everyone addressed the mayor like he said. Even people forgot that he's an executive mayor. They called him by his name.
Ndlovu.
And he stood up respectful. He did not even interject.
Mr. Ndlovu, the topic on Sefularo Village is about the water treatment plant and the possible overspillage into the Mogale River. That is what is
Is
relevant.
people being dumped in areas part of the environmental issue?
Okay.
But people said people are being dumped. Did you stop them and say, let's talk about the environmental issues?
Okay, but you've made
Don't present yourself like you are also part of these people who are protecting their white
You've made
privileges.
your point, but you are drawing me into a meeting that's not true. I did state to you.
But people said people are being dumped.
Okay, but
People
listen,
spoke of illegal foreigners.
you are repeating yourself now.
That's an issue of Home Affairs. Why didn't you stop them and said illegal foreigners is something that should be dealt by the Department of Home Affairs?
Mr. Ndlovu, listen to me. I did allow you to say what you had to say about housing. And
No, you are not. You want me to say what you want me to say. Allow me to say what I want to say.
Okay, I'm going to stop you now. You are out of order.
No, you don't want. You know,
out of order?
that is the reason why the situation is like that in our ward. Because it seems as if you came to our ward and just pretended to be assisting us, but protecting these white privileges. I've got your card here. You gave me a Freedom Front card because you didn't have an office card. And I'm telling you, the meeting was in 2018. 2018. And if somebody can verify, here's your handwriting at the back. Can somebody go and check if this is exactly your handwriting?
Mr. Ndlovu, take your place and listen to me. I'm going to repeat myself. You've said whatever you wanted to say about housing.
I haven't even said half of what I want to say about
We're
housing.
speaking to water treatment plant situation of Sefularo Village. If you don't want to add anything to that, please afford other members opportunity.
No, I'm going to speak because
Okay.
your portfolio committee is about rural development. I'm staying in a rural area.
Mr. Ndlovu,
Are you also going to ignore
I'm
that
gonna
part?
ask you for the last time, please stop. You
And
remember,
you're even getting angry.
You remember, I remind you in the beginning that this rules of.
So when you look at me, you want to present yourself as a boss, like they do in headquarters, and you see a boy in me.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for the last time.
You are
Stop.
very racist, just like all these other people who claim to be representing us.
I'm going to ask you to leave.
And you have misled us personally.
Can you please leave the meeting? If you don't want to stop, please leave the meeting.
I'm not going to leave the meeting, unless if you call the... we are all leaving. We are all leaving. So whatever decision you take about Dr. Sefularo, it does not bind us.
Don't take away the opportunity for other members to speak because I'm going to.
I'm speaking, am I not a member?
But you're wasting the time of the meeting, so please stop and leave the meeting. Thank you. Just one moment. Colleagues, I'm gonna move to. I'm going to afford the ward councillor please give your input. Ward councillor, Ward 32, you're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please
Thank
stay
you, Chair.
calm. Let's afford the councillor to speak.
Could you please allow members to speak before me? Please, Chair. I'll be the one to wrap up this meeting for them.
Okay, but if we can just keep the order.
Okay, Chair, no problem.
You know, you asked about the members. We recognize some members. So please point them out and let them speak, and let's continue. I leave it at your hands.
Who was after me?
Thank you very much, Chair and the rest of the portfolio committee members. Before I continue, I must declare or put it out there that we are sitting in a separate development city. I'm deliberately using the word separate development because here we are dealing with the supremacy of white people wanting to oppress black people. And it's unfortunate that they want to do it in the land of the Africans that they found in Hegport. One, the problem that we have here and the reason why it exists, it is because of we will have all these spillages and the environmental impacts in every instance that you can think of. Purely because of the fact that now they come here and they claim that their businesses are not doing well, therefore, as a result, they would evict people. The same people that they are saying that they are dumping, that white boy that was sitting there with the red tie, that was saying people are being dumped. People are being dumped. There's no way that you can dump a person. They evict our own people in their own land. And then it becomes the responsibility of the executive mayor that today they come here and they say the executive mayor doesn't want to lend them an ear. The executive mayor cannot lend them an ear because of time and again, the communities bring petitions or requesting assistance from the office of the executive mayor that we've been evicted in the land that an individual has found us in the very same land. Chair, these are community members that have serious interest in making sure that they secure the environmental or the environment within the space. We're speaking of young people that participate in the Cradle Tourism Delegation and the new venture creation, wanting to make sure that in the areas that they live in, there is sustainability for the best interest of the tourism industry. We are not moving anywhere purely because of we have these white supremacists that are saying they are representing us. I've lived in Tarlton, I've lived in Mildersdrift, and I've lived in Mogale as a taxpayer or as a revenue payer. But I've never been represented by them. I've never seen them. But the only time when you see them is when they want to close the site. And it's unfortunate that they cannot do it and they haven't done it before. We are the ones that know how best we can do it. I'll repeat. That boy that was sitting there with the red tie declared war in front of the committee and nobody said anything. But the nice thing is that he gave us a date that from the 26th of January 2026 there will be war. That war would have been late. Because we are already in war and we are prepared to defend Dr. Sefularo. And we remain committed as individuals and as members of the community from Hegport to as far as Lusaka, if you know where Lusaka is in Kagiso. That means the entire Mogale City will make sure that we defend the gains of the revolution of our country. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your input. Clearly, the aspect of housing is a burning issue. I recognize it, and I think we all recognize it. But once again, if you want to speak to housing, please send your information to the Portfolio Committee for Housing. This is the Portfolio Committee for Agriculture, Rural Development, and for Environment. I clearly appreciate what you've said, and let's refrain from war talk in this meeting, please. Yes, sir.
The last one says feedback. Oh, the one before. Okay, thank you. It says feedback on vandalism and impact on sewer plant of Dr. Sefularo Village low-cost houses. Those are houses that are not yet been occupied. Okay. Right. Now, it does not make sense for you to say whatever comments that we have that involves housing, they should be directed to human settlement. In this instance, we're talking of the houses, yes, that belongs to human settlement, but there's a claim that they are implicating the environment within the space. Okay. So you should allow us the space or an opportunity to speak. And like Mr. Ndlovu said, now you're becoming unfair to us. Because of predominantly it's black people that are giving concerns. You let all those white people, now they've left because of they've said everything.
Refrain your racial talk. It's not necessary.
It is.
It's not welcome
it is.
in this meeting.
It is. The reason why it is, because of it's evident. If we can look at the records and we check the number of times that the people spoke versus to us now when we have to raise comment, it really raises, it brings us into a separate development type of a situation.
I've noted your opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you once again, if you want, please refrain from any war talk, any hate speech, any racism. I have mentioned in the beginning of this meeting that the rules of the legislature will be forced down because it's legislature in session. Let's keep it calm and let's get to the solution. You're welcome to put forward your feelings and your opinions, as long as it is about environmental affairs and we stay calm. Mr. Ndlovu, you're not going to have a say again. There are other members who will. Honourable Councillor, who will be your next speaker? I've recognized the people, but you know them. You can announce them for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. You see, Chairperson.
Just your name again?
Kagiso
Kagiso, thank you.
It will be very difficult for us to talk about the environmental impact without Dr. Sefularo Housing, as it is the housing, lack of housing that is causing, that is impacting this thing. Chairperson, we can't solve this matter or crisis of human settlement in Hankport without addressing its root cause. What is the root cause of this problem? One, it is the arrival of the cheap labor in a form of undocumented illegal foreigners that is being employed by the very same community that is holding us hostage. What is happening after the arrival of the illegal undocumented foreigners? The aged labor force were being evicted from the farms without being provided with the alternative places. They were evicted, leaving the burden on the ward councillor, the MMC, and the mayor. And it is very unfair now for us to rubbish their efforts to redress the very same problem that you created by evicting your employees who are aged and useless for your cause. My family is a victim of eviction. My friend here, they are waiting for eviction. Most of us here that you see from Ward 32, they are the hopeful beneficiary of Dr. Sefularo Housing. Some of us who are here are the victims of eviction, or they are waiting to be evicted. It is for that, Danny, it seems as if you are being blamed, because the very same problem that we are now discussing was caused by eviction. Chairperson, we can go and consult whole people in Hackport as part of that and check that every people who are in Hackport who are landless today have been dispossessed or have been evicted. Who caused that problem? Who must we address here? I'm very happy that the issue that we were so worried about of the environmental impact on our river has been addressed. And we are very happy as the people of Hackport. We thank the Mogale Municipality for providing us with, for the first time, in 30 years, Hackport is those 192 houses are the first houses in Hackport that a black person can say he have a home. Most of us, we were the squatters of Hackport. We congratulate this administration for making us now the resident of Hackport. I thank you.
Thank you for your input, sir. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, I just alert you, we clearly have got a housing issue at hand. We all agree on that, which is a very emotional issue. And I would ask you to approach the petitions committee or to lodge a petition and hand it in at the housing portfolio committee in the province if you want, and then also, of course, housing. Please do so. If you really want to make progress on that need, let's do that. Because we really need to speak to the presentations. The whole idea was to respond to the presentations. Is there anybody who needs to speak to the presentations? Not housing, to environmental affairs. Okay, I've got a hand there, thank you. Okay, where's the mic? Can you just stand up?
I'm here.
Okay, I'm going to, for the lady opportunity, and then the gentleman there in the corner, just raise your hand after the lady. Then, okay, then we will have to start to
But I'm the
conclude.
first.
Cheryl Smith, Hekport Landowners Association. In respect to the environmental concerns around the wastewater plant at Dr. Sefularo is a human problem. No more do I want my children to be playing in the streets where raw sewage is running down those very streets you have fought so hard for. Do you want your children to be playing in streets with raw sewage running down those streets? Would you like your children to be able to go down to the river and appreciate the nature and the environment afforded to you when you have that title deed in your hand? The purpose of this is to make sure that your title deed is worth something, that the home you are going to live in has a flush toilet, that you have running water, that the criminals are not stealing the very infrastructure that we are making for you as a community. I do not want raw sewage running down your streets. I do not want your children to be in hospital because they are sick, because there is disease in your community. In your homes, you need to be safe, you need to have clean water. It is pointless to go and live in a house where you will become ill because there is sewage flowing down your streets. Now, in the presentation, there was, at the bottom of the slide, it said that the wastewater works is only 150,000 litres a day, and therefore it was exempt from some further assessment or further investigation. On average, people will be using 180 to 240,000 litres of water that needs to be processed. 150,000 litres is clearly not sufficient to service the number of people that could be potentially living in those houses. If you cannot protect the infrastructure under development, how are you going to protect the people? What is council going to do to make sure that there is adequate staff, adequate crisis management, and environmental disaster plans when that plant is not sufficient? Because it is not big enough to service the houses that will be built there. You need the houses and you want to live in a safe environment. Council is putting up a small plant that was exempt from further investigation. It may not be sufficient to take care of all of the needs. So therefore we need to ask council to explain what happens when there are too many people flushing the toilets. How many people, can they tell you that you're only allowed to have 4 people in your house? Aha. So they're going to give you a title deed, they're going to give you a house. What happens when they didn't build a good enough sewage system?
So, sir,
What
it's
happens to
an
your
open
house?
discussion now, sir. Chair.
So can council answer
Chair.
those questions?
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, you see you are not fair. You see you are not fair now. You see now you are not fair now, Chair.
Listen.
Chair, you are not fair now.
Listen, you've got an opportunity after the
Chairperson.
lady. You've got an opportunity
Chairperson.
to speak after the lady, and you will have your opportunity now. Councillor Dora.
Chairperson, It's unfair of Cheryl to address us. We are not here to be addressed by her. We are here to engage with the matter at hand, not her to decide for us. She even have that decency to tell us that I don't want this for you. Who is she? Does she know the living condition that I'm staying in? She don't know. Chairperson, I'm staying in a 2-roomed house. We are 9 in that house. Buntle. So, Chairperson, I'm trying not to be emotional. Yes, I'm tired. Chairperson, 1, let me submit my dissatisfaction. In Hegport, we do have local taxis. It's unfair of you to appoint a taxi from Kagiso to ferry community members from Hegport to Silver Stars, whereas we do have our own taxis. What are we saying about our local SMMEs? Right. 2, Chairperson, all these people that you see here, they are the beneficiaries of Dr. Sefularo, and they are all residing in Hegport, myself included. I'm also a beneficiary there. And Chair, this thing of saying that we have 3 diplomatic settlements, I wonder what settlements are those? Because 1, the settlements around Dr. Sefularo is Radikhomu, privately owned. The lower Radikhomu, privately owned. Supply, privately owned. Domains, privately owned. And all those places, they've been electrified by the poor Mogale City. What are we saying about those landowners who are depriving our own community their basic rights, like Mpandlani? Mpandlani, the owner, doesn't want us to electrify that settlement because it's his. It doesn't belong to municipality. But the very same municipality, it's servicing that community with water. And we have a place called Toad Tree Farm. The very same landowners who are here today complaining, they are the ones that are dumping their rubble in that municipal land. What are we saying about that? Is it still us? Is it still us? It's not us. So it's so heartbreaking to see how we are treated in Hegport. We are treated badly and unfairly so by our own very white communities. Some of our elders here, they are still working. They are working so that their kids could have a place called shelter for a time being while you are still waiting to be allocated at Dr. Sefularo. And Chairperson, you are aware that 2 weeks back, we have officials from your portfolio because there was a complaint from the landowners that there are people who are allocated houses there. The sewer is running, of which is a lie. It's a lie. Those houses are still empty. We don't have a sewer that's running down the road to the stream. So I'm pleading with the community of Hegport. I'm not the councillor of the black community. I'm the councillor of all the community members. Really? Yes, you know. You know. You know. You know. And I'm not going to debate with you. I'm not going to debate with you. Let's try to work together for the sake of that ward. That's not my ward, it's our ward. We do have some white communities who are working with us. Where's Chris? Yes, we have others who are working with us, others who are supporting us, but others, Chairperson, they don't want to see us. They don't want to see us being in those houses, neither seeing that development for a black child. Let me submit, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Councillor Madike, for your input. I'm going to afford the last opportunity to Honourable Seteka, and then we will have to conclude. Please, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Honourable Seteka.
Chair, before I speak, there's a hand there at the back. Chairperson,
Chair,
there's a hand there before I
I'm
speak.
the last speaker.
Okay, but yeah. Do we agree that I afford you the last opportunity and then Honourable Seteka? Okay. Please be brief. Thank you.
Greeting to all members. My name is Moses Pitamorwane from Ward 32. I want to speak briefly but clearly on behalf of people who are directly affected, who stand to benefit from Dr. Sefularo project. This project represents more than just houses. It's about the dignity, justice, and fulfillment of basic human rights of people who've been waiting for too long for the houses. Yet today we find ourselves in a situation where the voice of small minority who do not represent this community are being entertained. People who have opposed this project from the beginning, using every tactics to delay and destroy the progress. These individuals live in comfort, but fight to deny our people decent houses. We are the ones who are suffering in Hekport. In conclusion, Chairperson, this committee should be focused on why the project is moving slowly, not to go over environmental concerns that have already been addressed. The municipality officials have presented and provided clarity on the issue of sewer. Let us move forward. The truth is, those fighting the project are contributing to the very problem they now highlight. Over 80% of farm workers in Hekport are not from the areas. Many are undocumented. The same farm owners who oppose this development provide no proper houses for them. Chairperson, we are watching you. Let fairness lead. Let the will of the people lead, and let this project proceed. Before I close, Chairperson, I want to ask one question to the Portfolio Committee. What assurance can you give right here and now that the will of the people of Hekport will be respected and that this housing project will proceed without further political interference or delay? I close. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to afford Honourable Seteka the last opportunity before I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, what I wanted to address is that when everyone was speaking, people were quiet. But recently, when the councillor is speaking and other people, they start answering them, showing them hands. Let's then explain to the stakeholders to say, when we're in the legislature, how they must behave. Because what they've been doing is wrong, and it's like they're oppressing others. Because when they were speaking, no one was fighting anyone. So going forward, can we please explain to them how they must behave when they're in the legislature? Because what they've been doing has been totally wrong. And I felt like other people are oppressed and others are given an opportunity to speak. So next time, can they please behave the way they're supposed to behave when they're in the legislature? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Seteka. Honourable members, Honourable MEC, Honourable Mayor, everyone present. This has been a difficult day. I think it was a fruitful day because we exchanged a lot of information. There's lots of emotion. We clearly know that everything is not in order and we should address serious issues. I think what we also discussed in the committee is I will contact the Portfolio Committee Chair, Honourable Dora, Councillor, for housing. They should actually conduct an oversight in Hekport. That's what they should do. And I would also invite you to assist the community members to petition the city and even the province with a petition so that we can address these issues. I did allow everyone to speak because we are here now, even if you spoke about housing. What I didn't want to allow is when people started to get disrespectful. I understand that there are lots of emotions involved, and I recognize and understand everything quite clearly. But I think it's been a fruitful day. I think some of us are still frustrated, and we all know what we have to deal with. I also want to ask the lady from the Brookwood if she welcome to hand in a petition with the Portfolio Committee. And we still need to engage with Mogale City. There's some answers to be given and lots of work to be done. But with that said, I want to thank all of you for your participation and for sharing your feelings and your emotions and your experiences with us. And with that said, this part of the meeting is now adjourned. If there's some of you still want to have some lunch, it is served there at Billy G, the restaurant there. But unfortunately, the Portfolio Committee will have to start again at 3 o'clock with the second part of our meeting with the MEC for Agriculture. Thank you. With that said, this part of the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Omunye. Oh.
directly from there.
No,
You might as well give it.
no, making so that's why I didn't know. I need to so okay, so direct prayers while I know myself walking in there. I may not be good. That is why I was just running away actually, because I didn't know it of I went back to the home church here for Nazareth. The ministry there.
Just going. Remember you're not going to have lunch. I'm not quickly going to have lunch. Are you going to the legislature, sir? What time?
This evening.
What's going on here?
Our session is from 8.
From 8.
Yeah, it's going to be the roundtable discussion about quarter 4 budget vote. It's quarter 4.
Quarter 4, yeah.
Quarter 4 budget vote.
Did you manage to do it?
No, I'm not winning. Chair, just to also advise you, when you get to questions that are not within the area of agriculture and environment and rural development, it also presents an opportunity to not educate the inside.
1, 2, 1, 2, yeah.
Okay, we've got sound now. Thank you.
Is this me, Jade?
Honourable members, Honourable MEC, all present, thank you for your patience. Apologies for starting late. It was not possible to land the plane on time with the previous meeting was very vibrant, but thank you for your patience. Let's start with the proceedings. Welcome Honourable MEC Ramakopa, the officials of the department, the committee's support staff, the honourable members, all present. I was told that you have to pray for every meal, breakfast, lunch and dinner. So I have to go through the preamble of the declaration again of the legislature precinct. So please afford me the opportunity. I, Jaco Mulder, Chairperson of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, hereby declare Silver Star Casino Conference Centre in Mogale City Municipality as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56, 1 and 2, the standing rules of the Gauteng Legislature. Version 5, Revision 8, read together with Section 2.1 and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act number 2 of 2004. For the duration of this meeting, this place will be a precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. The purpose of the breakaway session is to assist the committee to track the department's financial and service delivery performance, which is primarily based on the assessment of the department's annual performance plan and the Gauteng's provincial government priorities. The department will be expected to give detailed responses to the budget questions for the 2025-26 financial year, outstanding petitions, and other questions that have been raised by the committee members. For this specific meeting, Lebo, are there any apologies?
Yes, Chairperson. We have an apology from Member Mokgeti, who's attending to other commitments, Member Meso as well, and Honourable Deaga, who's in Eastern Cape for family responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Lebo. Before we carry on, is there any agenda that we could fly?
Chair, can we also note Honourable Nyati's apology?
Okay, Honourable Nyati also apologized. He was there this morning, briefly. Thank you. Honourable Miller.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please, if I can leave by 4:30.
Okay. You see, Honourable Miller asked me and I said no. Now she's taking her chances in the open floor.
Chair,
we note that. Thank you, Honourable Miller.
The last apology is from Member McKenna. She's attending to court. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Chair. There's also an apology that was received from the acting HOD, and he will be represented today by the DDG Mashimbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Chair, can I be excused at 5, please?
I wanted to hand over the chair to her at 5, so what are we going to do now? No, honourable members, honourable MEC, ladies and gentlemen, we have got a time challenge. I also have to be at the legislature this evening, but let's continue with our work and go as fast as we can. The agenda has been flighted. The second session will be the breakaway session with the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Any other matters arising, date of the next meeting. Could I ask if we can adopt this second session's agenda, please? Honourable Miller.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm happy to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Seconder, Honourable Moody.
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Right, let's get to the business. I think if I'm right, just to check, Honourable MEC, I'm going to hand to you the opening remarks, but I think we've got 3 presentations, but the floor is yours. You may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm mindful of the time constraints, so I won't spend too much time. Just to thank you for the opportunity. I had already registered the apologies from the acting HOD. So the team today is led by DDG Mashimbia, who's DDG of Transversal Services. We are also joined by all the chief directors and relevant executives and program leads who would also be assisting with the presentation. I'm also aware that some questions were submitted to us from the Secretariat or from the committee through the Secretariat, where we have also tried to provide written comprehensive answers, which I'm hoping would also help to expedite some of the discussions and provide detail where required. But again, thank you very much for the opportunity. I will hand over to the department then to take us through the requested presentations. And as I'm understanding, there are 3 key areas that have been requested, but I'll hand over to the department. Well, you can hand to the department chair, and then they will take us through the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Thank you. Okay, the order that we will have the presentations in is the outstanding petitions first, and then the presentation of responses to question on the budget allocation for 2025-26, and then thirdly, presentation of outstanding projects. Would that be in order? If you're ready, you may pursue. Thank you. Is the presenter connected where from? Okay, there in front.
Colleagues, is there an issue?
DDG,
maybe you can assist.
We're presenting. Yeah, that one is connected there at the front. If you struggle,
it's better if you move this side. It's connected here.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, may I ask someone to assist me with the presentation?
Yeah, the assistance is on its way.
Oh, it's there, okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members and MEC and colleagues. We were under the impression that members will be asking questions based on our responses. So we have submitted the responses to your office, Honorable Chairperson, but we can then quickly run through the responses.
Pardon me, sir. If it's in order, the order that we wanted presented is the presentation of outstanding petitions. If you can start with that, and then the responses, and then the presentation of outstanding projects. Will that be possible?
Okay. As far as we are concerned, we don't have outstanding petitions, Chair.
Okay, then you may continue. Okay, sorry, just one moment. I'm advised that we do have petitions. Well, that should have on record.
Yes.
Please, Deborah.
Good afternoon, Chair, honourable members and the MEC. Chair, we've shared a letter addressed to the department to give detailed responses on the outstanding petitions. We received petitions from the Petitions Committee, and the committee has to receive those petitions that were shared.
I just want to find out, so the department is not in possession at the moment? No? I just want to ask Lebo to who it was sent to, because there was clearly a communication error somewhere. Members, let's give them a moment.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for the delay. we did share these presentations with these petitions, the responses to the petitions with the committee. The first one was the petition by Mr. Caleb Solomzi on behalf of a group of farmers, part of the Gauteng Farmer Settlement Program, residing in Ellensfontein. The issue with this one was that the community has no access to clean water, which severely affects daily life and farming operations. And our response to this is that the provision and access to clean water to communities is the responsibility of local government, in particular the city of Joburg. And to that effect, GDAT plays a facilitating role based on the identified need thereof. So the department has supported some smallholder farmers with drilling and equipping of boreholes for the purpose of their farming endeavors. Those farmers who need support with boreholes for farming purposes are encouraged to apply directly to the department for assistance. And we've provided the contact details of the responsible manager, which is Mr. Mpotlape. And then the other question was the training workshops provided by the department are informative. However, they are not accredited by the South African Qualifications Authority. Our response to that, Honorable Chair and members, is that the department conducts skills gap analysis before providing training on different commodities. Therefore, the identified skills gap informs the training to be provided, and to that effect, they compile a developmental training plan. The plan includes relevant SAQA accredited training intervention, and the training conducted is accredited and certificated. The third issue raised by the farmers is that farmers have not received sufficient support for growth or offtake agreements. And our response to that is that we do acknowledge that not all farmers have been comprehensively supported, and the support provided is mainly informed by the current production capacity, capability of the farm, with a view to increasing or optimizing production to the next level. Some of the farmers have been and are being linked with offtake agreements. We've provided examples there with the PepsiCo for the supply of grains and potatoes. Our market access program can help the needy farmers. The responsible director for that is Mr. Tediso Molepo, who's responsible for the market access program, and his contact details are also provided. And then the next concern raised by the farmers is that an approved reform support agreement since 2007 of the department has not been fulfilled. The boreholes that were installed for farmers were never tested as such. They remained dry, and the installers did not, or the service providers did not produce the necessary certificate of competence during the installation of the boreholes. Notwithstanding the approval of the electrification of the farms have not been electrified. Our response to that is, yes, some farms have not been electrified. Some of these farms are registered under GPG assets, and others to the Department of Infrastructure and Infrastructure Development to support farmers in the area. The department has supported some farmers with electricity installations on their farms through ESCOM. And the last concern on the petition was that an urgent appeal for the department to investigate challenges confronting the farmers in the community. Our response to that, Honorable Chair and members, is that the department concedes to further engage and intervene and address challenges by the farming communities in the area. And we further undertake to facilitate and mobilize other stakeholders. Mr. Tlape will organize a meeting with farmers and stakeholders in the area, and we had committed to do that by the 14th of February. when we responded to this petition. And then the next one, if Chair allows.
Let me first ask if there's any deliberations on this specific petition from the member side before we continue, sir. Thank you. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you.
Siteka.
Did the meeting take place in February? Did that meeting happen?
Okay, and Honourable Siteka, questions from your side?
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is that, one, I wanted to check with the department to say, why did we only get the response yesterday? It took time to come to us. Whenever we're having a presentation, Honourable Diager forever asks to say, can you please send things on time so that we can be able to go through it, but you take long. And then two, Chair, I don't know if I will be out of order. I thought the MEC will also be responding to our letter that we agreed together in the meeting to say she must receive a letter. So she did the opening remarks and never said anything about the letter. The last one, oh, okay, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Siteka. Any other inputs from members on this one? None. Let's leave the department to respond then. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Olwetu Maka. I am the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the MEC. I'll just respond to the first query raised by the Honourable Siteka. So we did indeed look to provide these as timelessly as possible, but due to the large number and the amount of coordination in the department that was required to put together these responses, which covered pretty much the department from top to bottom. And I did also indicate to the committee administrator that subsequent, the initial compilation, there was various levels, both in the administrative and the political office, of scrutinizing and checking that everything was correct that occurred. And that was the process that we are undertaking from when we had received the initial letter. And we just wanted to make sure that the quality of the responses provided was as in-depth and scrutinized by every single person within the department. And finally, even over the weekend, the MEC was then also engaging, after there had been, a number of people who had touched on this document, was scrutinizing it and giving her inputs up until, when it was submitted on Monday.
Thank you. Are we covered, honourable members, on this one? Honourable Mulder?
The question about did the meeting happen on the 14th of February?
Thank you, Chair. Honourable members, I think what happens is that our meetings that have to do with the farmers, we always have the study group meetings in the various regions. But however, as to that specific meeting having happened, I will confirm shortly with Director Klappe, just to give you the exact response. But on a regular basis, quarterly to be exact, we have our study group meetings that are focused on the various commodity groups. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. Then you may continue with the second. Okay, sorry. There's still outstanding answer.
Okay, I asked if you guys received the letter that we agreed about in our meeting to say the MEC must receive the letter. Did Lebu send you the letter, yes or no? Because the MEC never said anything about it.
Thank you, Honourable Sitek. I think you need to elaborate a bit on the contents of the letter. We had received the invitation. So I think, yeah, I think the MEC wants to add.
Okay, thank you for the question. Let's afford Lebo to respond. Oh, that later. Oh, that later. Apologies. Couldn't hear you. There was no letter sent, yet I had a discussion with the Chair of Chairs during the Chairperson's review, and I was advised to contact the MEC, which I did. I did speak to the MEC, so she was informed. The Honourable MEC could respond to that if she wants. Is that what you're referring to, Honourable Sateka?
Yes, Chair. I was asking because in our last meeting, we had agreed as a committee to say Lebu is going to draft the letter and send it to the MEC.
That's right, yes.
So that's what I was asking, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the letter was not sent, but there was, on advice of the Chair of Chairs, I had a discussion with the Honourable MEC. I did phone her, and I spoke to her on the telephone. Thank you. Honourable Jaco?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it would have assisted us if we get that information before or prior to us asking those questions. So, you can hear me? Chair, I'm saying, thank you for taking the advice of the Chair of Chair. But I believe that it would have assisted us had the Labour communicated with the committee members such that we don't ask how far are they with the letter. Honourable Engelbrecht, do you want to answer me?
Thank you, Honourable Jaco. Honourable Engelbrecht?
Chair, yes, it was a request from the committee, Chair, so I'm a bit concerned that we're not aware of that decision that was made.
Thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht. We noted, and we'll rectify that for the record. I must just state one thing, and we might differ on it, but the opinion was, and I'm in agreement with that, that if you've got issue to discuss with a person in a specific capacity, then you direct it to that person. And if you don't get a response, then you can avert it to a higher institution, and that's what our advice was. But I note that, and we'll rectify it. Thank you. Are we covered with the first petition? Thank you. Then you may respond on the second one. Thank you. Present on that.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I think the second one was a petition by Mr. Gary Watkins. This is a 2021 petition which we also responded to. And Mr. Watkins, who is an adult male residing at plot number 39, Bodley, Lysonia, submitted this petition on behalf of the residents of Lysonia. The petitioner alleges that the department approved the development of a cattle feedlot and abattoir on portions L25 and L26. He alleges that the department approved this development even though it will border on the Crocodile River Nature Conservation and residential premises. Further to that, he alleges the development threatens the Magaliesberg Biosphere Reserve as well as species of the endangered animals, as well as protected vegetation. He further alleges that he informed the department about this matter, but did not receive a response. Our response to that, Honourable Chairperson and members, is that Mr. Watkins lodged an appeal against the activity referred to on 12 June 2017. The matter was subject to an appeal, and following the review process, the environmental authority was set aside on the 7th of June 2018, pending an investigation on issues raised by the appellants. The appeal was referred to the appeals panel, which, following its review, it recommended to the MEC that an environmental authorization be set aside pending an investigation into allegations pertaining to plagiarism of the bar/EMPR for the feedlot activity located in Mziti in Mpumalanga, and misrepresentation in respect of issues raised by the appellant. And we provided the map for the proposed feedlot. The MEC set aside the decision of the department, and we have attached the annexure 1 and 2 for the MEC's decision and the appeal decision and the panel's recommendation. So those were provided. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you for the presentation. Or members, anything on this petition? Nothing. Thank you. Then the committee note the response of the department. Can we continue with the next petition? Third one.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members. Yeah, the third petition was for land and training. We also received in July 2021. We were requested to provide a response to a request for land funding and training from Mr. Petras Gauteng from Extension 6 in Cosmo City. The petitioner, Mr. Gauteng, an adult male who resides at number 7256 Nigeria Crescent, Extension 9, Cosmo City, submitting this petition on behalf of the Taba Rebone Farming Cooperative. He alleges that they identified land which was declared a wetland area. He also states that they applied at our department to access equipment and farming permits and to the Joburg Property Company for assistance to secure the property. However, to date, their requests have not been heeded. As a community-based entity, their application was approved to access the CEDA funding to the sum of 350,000 and provided with the requisite business training. Notwithstanding the approval, he states that they are yet to receive the training and preferred with the 350,000 from CEDA. He states that the stall in the disbursement of funds has adversely affected their operations and business plans. Our response to this petition, Honorable Chairperson and members, is as follows. The referral of Mr. Gauteng came through to our food security Randfontein region from Mr. Tebogo Mulder, an official from Extension and Advisory Services Randfontein region in 2019. Ms. Grace Pule was assigned to attend to this request, and she met Mr. Petras Gauteng on the 18th of October 2019. She was accompanied by Mr. Pule Makena from the city of Joburg. They went to the site for inspection on that day. They explained to Mr. Gauteng that the area is a wetland, conservation area for the municipality. This meant that the land was not ideal to be cultivated for agricultural purposes. Mr. Pule Makena explained to Mr. Gauteng that there is no way that the city of Joburg municipality can grant a lease to the cooperative for that land because it is a wetland. Mr. Gauteng did not want to understand their explanation. Ms. Pule then reported the matter to Richard Seabo, the assistant director. Mr. Seabo went to meet Mr. Gauteng, accompanied by Mr. Tebogo Mulder and other members of the cooperative on the 27th of November 2019. Mr. Seabo explained to Mr. Gauteng that wetlands are protected areas. They are not permitted to be cultivated for agricultural purposes. This is according to the Conservation of Agriculture Act 43 of 1983. Our Farmer Support and Development Directorate recommends that the cooperative should identify another piece of land that is not a wetland. The Farmer Support and Directorate will then conduct a site visit to assess the kind of support required. It must also be mentioned that the department cannot respond on the the CEDA funding, the 350,000 that was approved by CEDA, as it is an independent organization. The cooperative is advised to request feedback in respect of its application for funding directly from CEDA. Thank you, Chairperson and members.
Thank you for the response, honourable members. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I can just get some clarity, please. So this petition is dated to 2021. Was the response to this petition obviously never sent to the committee because they've resent it to you now? If I can just get clarity why in 2025 we are getting responses to a petition from 2021, please.
Thank you. Any other members? Thank you, Honourable Mulder. The Department may respond.
Thank you, Honourable Miller. So all of these petitions had been submitted, and the responses, in fact, were received from the petitions department within the legislature. The email correspondence towards that, we can happily share that. However, the one petition that we responded to this year wasn't part of the list that was compiled, strangely enough. But however, most of them had been petitions that either we had joined you already for an engagement with the petitioners and responded to them, and the other ones had been responded well before our time.
Thank you. There's another.
Maybe just to add, thank you, Chair, that the one petitions which you're aware of Mr. Solomizi, we even went to the farm together with the MEC and responded to some of the questions together with Petitions Committee. So just to respond, so they were just asked for us what petitions have we responded back, but they were all responded back, and we even have a fiscal meeting in the farm.
Thank you. Are you? Okay. Thank you for your responses on the petitions then, and then we can move, it's only the three. Then we can move to the next presentation of responses to questions on the budget allocations for the 2025-26 financial year. If you're ready to present on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you, members. We received the questions as Honourable Chairperson has indicated, and the part one of that was the status on some of the work that we are doing. And the first one was on the feedback on intervention made at the Tshwane Innovation Hub in relation to a query by a stakeholder. Our response to the request for a status feedback was that in accordance with the Portfolio Committee's resolution, GDAT and the Innovation Hub executives and officials met on the 4th of April. The meeting resolved the following: that the Innovation Hub management stated that due to financial constraints, they will be unable to continue providing the operator with diesel, electricity, and water for operations in the agri-park if the rent is not paid. It was agreed that Dembe Holdings need to pay rent and that payment agreement need to be made as soon as possible. These were made, and Dembe Holdings is paying some of the rent owed with commencement in June 2025. A payment arrangement proposal was made by the operator, and there was commitment to pay monthly rental fees and half of the rental arrears. Subsequent to receipt of the payment proposal from the operator, a meeting was held between the operator, GDAT, and the Innovation Hub on the 25th of April, where the operator confirmed contents of the payment proposal, where she will pay 100,000 of the arrears within a 4-month period that commenced in June 2025. The operator pleaded with GDAT and TIH to assist with the payment of the remaining 104,000. However, at this point in time, GDAT is not in a position to pay rent on behalf of the operator. GDAT and the Innovation Hub will monitor the proposed payment of 100,000 over the next 4 months and continue to engage the operator on how the remaining amount of 104,000 can be paid off. The rent payment will be monitored closely by GDAT and the Innovation Hub. The Innovation Hub will advise GDAT on maintenance costs of the agri-park so that they may consider possible assistance. Regular meetings between the Innovation Hub and GDAT are necessary to track the development of the agri-park's operations and upkeep. These have been done, and monthly and quarterly meetings are planned. The Innovation Hub, in collaboration with the department, will procure services of a service provider to do maintenance at the agri-park. Current reporting protocols between the department, the Innovation Hub, and the operator will be improved, including formation of WhatsApp groups to improve communication. Scheduling of meetings for progress and monitoring. To improve the project governance, steering committee meetings will be held bi-monthly until the project challenges are resolved. The operational technical meetings for the agri-park will continue to be held monthly. Progress reports will be compiled quarterly. Reporting protocols between the operator and the Innovation Hub, as well as GDAT, have been discussed in several meetings and have been clarified. The second matter where the committee wanted to know what is the status is plans in place to ensure conforming to AG's recommendations on payment of invoices within 30 days. Our response to that, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, is that management will ensure that the reasons they reject invoices are valid and are specific to each situation. The following action plan and control measures have been put in place to address the non-payment of invoices within 30 days. The first one is that no invoice submitted by suppliers is allowed to be deleted if it is not the fault of the supplier. For example, if the end user submitted payment documents late, and also if the allocation code on the purchase order documents needed to be changed. Invoice will only be rejected if it was submitted before the department received confirmation from end users as per payment procedure. It will also be rejected if it's a duplicate invoice, or if bank details are not correct, or if it is not a valid invoice, or if details on the invoice do not agree with the goods and services delivered. The other measure that we have put in place is that approved RLSO2's documents, which are payment documents from the end user, submitted late by end users. This will be reported weekly, and non-compliance letters will be prepared monthly for HOD's signature to implement consequence management. And thirdly, the end user will be notified daily that invoices appear on the payment system without supporting documents that needed to be submitted within 3 days to the payment section to process these invoices. So these control measures did not address the cash flow challenges that were communicated in the 2024-25 financial year, which impacted on the department's ability to pay service providers within 30 days. And the main reason for the department's inability to comply with the 30-day payment requirement is as a result of the cash flow challenges, as there was no additional budget that was allocated for the Green Army, the 6,000 EPWP workers project for stipends, which were paid from 1 April 2024 to 31 August 2025. The department is committed that the 30-day payment report will improve in the current financial year. The department will still have an audit finding because the performance indicator is cumulative, and if you did not achieve 100% throughout the year, then you did not achieve the target on payment of suppliers within 30 days. The current performance of paying service providers in 30 days, for April and May, this is the status. In April, we paid 11% of suppliers within 30 days. And the reason for that is due to the payment of accruals for the previous financial year, which were already exceeding the 30 days because of the cash flow challenges that we've already alluded to. The system challenges experienced by National Treasury also contributed to delayed payments. And then the status for May 2025, Honourable Chair and members, is that we have paid all 100% of invoices within 30 days. It must, however, also be noted, because of the split of the two departments, that GDAT still carries some overhead expenses for the Department of Environment. For example, security services, the Auditor General's fees, G-Fleet, West Bank, telecommunications, etc. One purchase order was created to provide services to the two departments. This is currently affecting the cash flow of GDAT because this money must be claimed back from the Department of Environment. The department is currently in a process of splitting this purchase order for each department to pay and record the monthly expenditure separately. This will also enable GDAT not to claim money back from Department of Environment. The cash flow challenge will only be addressed as soon as the PMOC process is finalized. The official split in Program 1 has taken place, and separate purchase orders have been created for each department. The third matter, where the Portfolio Committee required a status update, was on the plans in place to meet procurement targets set for designated groups, which are people with disabilities as well as military veterans. The committee also wanted to know the role that GOD has played in helping to realize the PWD, people with disability target. The plan in place to meet procurement targets from supply chain management unit, the plan is in place, Chair, and will provide procurement opportunities to designated group as follows. One, the supply chain management unit will source documents using the database provided by a unit within the department, which is called GOD. Supply chain management will give the designated groups the opportunities to submit quotations on all requests for quotations. Then supply chain unit will conduct training for the designated groups to provide them with more information on how the submission of competitive bids is done. Supply chain unit will also be available to assist and provide advice to these groups on email. The department does not have any control over the outcome of the bidding process. The supply chain unit will amend its evaluation criteria and allocate more points to military vets and people with disabilities. Furthermore, designated groups, including military veterans, will be prioritized when issuing RFQs for services worth less than 500,000. For example, your consultation services, training, security services, stationery and equipment. The fourth matter where we were asked to provide a status update relates to streamlining GDAT's internal processes within DALRATs to ensure timeous receival and disbursement of conditional grants. Our response to that matter, Chairperson and members, is that GDAT followed internal processes and submitted business plans on time. However, the department is waiting for National Department of Agriculture to transfer conditional grants. The 2026-27 CASP advert has been advertised and will ensure that plans are submitted timeously for the next financial year. The fifth matter where we were asked to provide a status update, it's on revising the Conservation Agriculture APP target. Our response to that, Honourable Member and Honourable Chairperson and members, is that the indicator has not been revised yet. The department does not have sufficient capacity in the Sustainable Resource Management Unit responsible for implementing this indicator. Hence, the target cannot be increased at this stage. However, plans are in place to advertise and fill in the vacant posts. And then the other matter, number 6, where we're asked to provide a status update, relates to the plans in place for value chain to support maize milling plants that GDAT has helped in establishing. Our response to that, Honourable Chairperson and members, is that the department is working closely with the National Chamber of Milling in supporting micro millers, such as the Isigayo milling plant. In addition, the department is supporting the micro millers with cushioning the high input costs in the medium-term expenditure framework through supporting them with maize grains inputs. This will assist the micro millers with ensuring that they have better margins and are able to build reserves for future production. Item 7, where we're asked to provide a status update, is the status on the implementation of capital projects, who the new implementing agent is, and what is the fate of DBSA. And our response to that, Honourable Chairperson and members, is that the department concluded an extension of the Memorandum of Agreement with the DBSA on the 15th of May, 2025. Under the extended Memorandum of Agreement, based on DBSA's historical performance in implementing infrastructure programs, DBSA has been allocated only one project, which is the Vereniging Fresh Produce Market, as it has reached the execution phase and has been prioritized for implementation by the Office of the President. All remaining capital projects will be ceded back to the department. Item 8, where we were asked to provide a status update, it was the status of development of the Vereniging Fresh Produce Market, the lines of number A, lines of communication between GDAT and the municipality in rendering services. Our response to that one, Honourable Chair and members, is that the department provides information to the Vereniging Fresh Produce Market as and when requested by the entity. The department has previously provided a detailed presentation to the legislature on the Fresh Produce Market, which is a wholly owned municipal entity. The report entailed the fact that the department refurbished the cold rooms and banana ripening facilities. Additional infrastructure assistance to the market will only be confirmed when additional funding is available through the estimates of capital expenditure. And then the status update on the Isigayo milling plant in Randfontein. Our response to that one, Honourable Chair and members, is that the milling plant is back in production and is supplying various markets. The following are challenges that are experienced by the project and the mitigation strategies. The first challenge is working capital, which relates to salaries, maintenance, and operational expenses. The joint venture has been linked to blended financing institutions to apply for additional funding to assist with operationalization of the milling plant. They have applied for the GDAT National Empowerment Fund blended funding. The second challenge relates to maize. The supply of maize was disrupted by the high maize prices. The prices have since dropped and stabilized. Thus, deliveries from the appointed service provider and from the operators will resume. The mill has now been supported with 150 tons of maize. The third challenge relates to electrical work connection to connect three-phase electricity. ESCOM has been engaged, Honourable Chairperson and members, to upgrade the electrical supply to 200 kVA. The matter is not yet finalized. Once finalized, it will reduce the operational costs of the plant related to diesel. The fourth challenge experienced by Isigayo is the delivery truck. The department has dealt with the obstacles in the release of the truck, including the licensing and registration. The truck has been handed over to the joint venture in April 2025. The lead entrepreneur of Mamapo Milling was hospitalized for some time due to a vehicle accident. However, he is back in operation and the mill is in full operation. And then the other project that the committee requested an update was with the Cullinan Sunflower Project. Our response to that, Honourable Chairperson and members, is that the construction of the silos for fresh map is underway and expected to be completed before the end of September. The silos will be crushing sunflower seeds to extract edible oil and then using the byproduct, mixing it with yellow maize to manufacture animal feed. Item 9, where we were requested to provide a status update related to the resourcing SCM and technical team to be able to respond adequately to IDMS demands. And our response to that, Honourable Chairperson and members, is that the SCM capacity has been split between the two departments, that is Agriculture and Environment, in line with the PMOC process. The placement of Program 1 employees and split of vacant funded posts is almost finalized. GDAT has been left with 3 vacancies to be filled under supply chain management, which are the post of the CFO, the Director Supply Chain Management, and an SCM officer. All these positions have been advertised. The process of filling the vacancies is currently underway. And then item 10, status of establishing the panel of contractors. The update on that one, Chairperson and members, is that the panel of contractors tender is not yet evaluated due to capacity constraints in the supply chain management business unit. A total of 957 bids were received that needed to be evaluated. This will be attended to as soon as the Deputy Director SCM is appointed, along with the Assistant Director Tender Administration.
Pardon me, sir, can I just interrupt you for a moment? Thank you for reading. I'm just afraid that if we're going to read through the whole 49 pages, we're going to sit here till very late. I think we should, any suggestions from the members, Honourable Engelbrecht?
Chair, yes. Can can the presenter just speak to the document and not read the document, because we can do that ourselves? And then also, I don't always know what the acronyms mean. So what is PMOG? The presenter can just explain that, please. Thank you, Chair.
I think if it's okay, look, the document's been circulated to the honourable members, and we can read it. If you can just speak to the topics, and run over it quickly. If there's any specific questions from members as we go along, I will allow you to stop me, but let's see how quickly fast we can get to the 49th page. I know it's a tall order and you're still smiling, but please, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We were under the impression that the members received the questions and would be asking follow-up based on our responses. So,
Can I then suggest that you move, let's allow members to ask questions on the first 10, if there's any, and then if we can just name it to 11, report on how the poultry industry is recovering after avian flu, and if there's no questions, then we move on. So you don't need to read it. Honourable Dr. Jaco.
Through you, Chair. I think we have to assist the department officials. Part of our members here, they question, why do we receive these questions a day, 24 hours before? And then the DDG is saying you are expecting that we would have read that. We didn't, because we received them late. Now, Chair, I will agree with you that maybe they go through those areas, those questions that we know are really eating on our souls. We will be waiting on how they have solved or they've answered those questions on foot and mouth disease. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Jaco. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Chair, thank you. I asked my first question, which was the meaning of the acronym PMOG. And then my other questions, if we start at the first one, regarding the Innovation Hub. I'm very concerned, and at the time when the petitioners were here requesting assistance because they couldn't pay their rental, they were going to discuss this with the Innovation Hub, which obviously did happen. My concern is, and I'm reading from the statement, TIH management stated that due to financial constraints, they will be unable to continue providing the operator with diesel, electricity, and water. Since when does the third party provide diesel, electricity, and water for an operator? Surely they are supposed to be paying that from the profit they make from their goods. So that's a concern for me. And then the operator pleaded with GDOD and TIH to assist with the payment of the remaining 104,000. When we had the meeting in this room with the operator, they confirmed that they would be paying off the money. So now suddenly there's a different story. So I'm concerned, and it's when people come and the department really tries to assist people, and hats off to the department, but we cannot allow people to get everything for free and not contribute what they're supposed to be contributing. So it seems to me, and maybe if the department can just confirm this, is the operator now backtracking on their promise to pay the rental, and now do they want everything for free again? So I'm concerned about that. And then again, maintenance cost of the agri-park. Surely the operator should be contributing towards the maintenance cost, but maybe it is stuff that I'm not aware of. Chair, so that was my first question. Just give me a sec, because these are several pages. And thank you for the explanation about the audit finding. Then we'll know next year when we get the Auditor General. I'd like to know, in terms of the split of the two departments, from which date does the split actually take place? Because I don't think any of us are really sure what's going on. When this term started last year, we were told that the departments were splitting, and it still hasn't happened. So the statement here on, I'm not sure what page it is, page 4, I think, is that the department is currently in the process of splitting, and for each department to pay and record the monthly expenditure, and this will enable GDOT not to claim money back from environment. Can we just be explained from which date will these splittings take place, so that we understand what is happening, especially in terms of the cash flow? Just give me a sec. Then in terms of question number 4, streamlining the internal process within DALRAD to ensure timeliest disbursement of conditional grants. Can the department just tell me what are the timelines for these grants? And then there's a whole thing about Isayago milling plant, and there's a whole lot of costs involved there. Before I get to that, it's a bit confusing. Item number 8 was about the refurbishing of Vereniging Market and cold rooms and banana ripening facilities. The market belongs to the municipality. I'm a little bit confused why the department is paying for these things. Or did we have a memorandum of understanding with the municipality that the department is paying for the cold rooms and banana ripening facilities? Just a clarification on that. And then point B is this Isayago milling plant. The department can just inform us what costs. We're talking about deliveries of maize, 150 tons of maize. What did that cost the department? And then we are informed about a truck that has been delivered, licensing and registration. Once again, what is the cost of that to the department? And why is the tenant not contributing towards the cost of the maize? Why is the department paying for the cost of the maize? What MOU was signed with that tenant? Because it's a new tenant, as I understand. Then the Cullinan Sunflower project, the same questions. Construction of the silos for the fresh map. Fresh map has cost us a lot of money. If we can just be given clarification in terms of the cost for the silos. And that's where we are, Chair. And then the PMOG explanation of that acronym. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht. Honourable Muller.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I'm sorry I've got to be excused now at 4:30. I've got another engagement. I just want to say, and just to second Member Chokwe, what he said in terms of getting the documents, it's very difficult for me to believe that the department sends a 49-page document. We get 24 hours, then come to a meeting, they expect somebody to read 49 pages to us, and then we're only 6 or 5 today, but generally we're 8 people. For 8 people then to interrogate a 49-page document which has just been read in its entirety to us, I mean, that's probably a 9-hour day in itself. We've also had another meeting this morning, so there were a number of documents that were sent, and I think it's very unfair that we've got to go through all the presentations from Mogale from this morning and this one today. So my request would just be in future, a document like this, if it could be circulated a week before, we've got time to go through, then the department doesn't have to come here and read it to us. We've had time to go through it, we can prepare our questions and continue from there. If we can just take that into consideration for future, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Muller. Honourable Moody.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry. Contrary to what people may believe, we have other committees that we also serve on, and some of us chair those committees as well. So there's a lot of work to be done and a lot of reading. But be that as it may, just some follow-up questions. Number 5, it says the department does not have sufficient capacity in the Sustainable Resource Management Unit. Can I inquire as to what plans the department has to remedy the situation? And 6, how does the department support the micro millers to ensure that they have better margins? Please explain. Just what do you mean by that they have better? Well, I understand what better margins are, but how do you support it? Because then it links up with the question number 8, the Isigayo or Gayo milling plant. And Mem Engelbrecht spoke about the 150 tons of maize. How is it funded? Is it a gift? is it, because I read here, Member Engelbrecht, it says that they have a couple of issues, problems, working capital, salaries, maintenance, and operational expenses. That says to me, in my former life, if I read something like this, it tells me that this is not a sustainable business. It says to me this is not even a business in distress, it's a business that failed already. If you can't meet these costs, if you don't know how to handle this type of expense, which is the basics in terms of business management, when was this this project started? How long has it been in existence, and how much have they thus far received from the department, taxpayers' money? I see too that there is an application now for three-phase electrical supply, and it speaks about diesel. At what stage did this project managers or joint venture and the department realize that this type of business requires three-phase electricity? Because when you're doing milling, etc., even ordinary welding, you need three-phase. I've got a little welding machine for do-it-yourself. Believe you me, I had to put in bigger circuit breakers and so on for me to be able to use my little do-it-yourself welder. And here's a business that's running. So I ask this question because it says to me that there's no forward planning, there's no project management. I can understand that we are trying to take micro farmers through the process, given our history and so on, but it can't be a handout all the time. And I keep on hemorrhaging on this particular aspect of things. We are not here to be Father Christmas. A business has to, any business, 2 years for it to succeed or not. If it is able to see its first 24 months, I mean, basic business management, not even 101, tells you that 2 years, it may cost you money. If you are able to just meet your cost, break-even point, great stuff, and you have those indicators that says, as the time goes by, what are they meeting or not, whether this business will succeed or whether it will fail. That is not being put into place here. I'd like to see our people succeed. I wonder how many other projects, quite frankly, who hasn't met some expectation that could have been better, this funding could have gone to and would have been better, in a better state as what this particular one is here. Then 2 and 10, I've proceeded a little bit further, Chair. But when will the supply chain management vacancies be filled? I see it says it will be advertised or something else. So because there's 957 bids for contracting that needs to be dealt with. And if you don't have that type of systems in place in your department, how are you rendering those services that needs to be rendered? I can understand it's a new department, you're going through teething problems with the split, there's challenges and so on, but there needs to be some timelines put to, because MEC and colleagues, and I call you colleagues because we're a team here, right? Public servants, public representatives. If we don't get the basics right, we're not going to succeed. We need to get the basics right. Timelines, it's not so much what you say, it's how you say it. I understand a little bit of business, right? But the layman who speaks, you spoke about the acronyms and so on, you lose us down the line. And I've been an official before. You supply politicians with a lot of jargon and with a lot of information, and yeah, you just bamboozle them with you know what. It's not going to work with me, colleagues. It's not going to work with me. I can assure you, the next 4 years that we have left, we can work together, we can fight with each other. My preference is let us work together. Let us make this thing work. Please, man. Asseblief tog ek soebat julle. Please, I'm begging you, let's make this thing work. It can't be business as usual. Anyway, 12, can we get an update on the SIU investigation into the farmyard container stores thing, project? I don't want to leave it for Scopa for me to ask questions there. If you have, I know once it's outside of your department, you don't have any influence on it, but you should be getting some feedback. Okay, and then I want to go back to 2. It talks about this currently affecting the cash flow. That is that purchasing order. Now, I come back to what I was saying earlier on. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's very ambiguous to me. It says, this is currently affecting the cash flow. Then it proceeds, because this money must be claimed back by the Department of Environment Affairs. Then you proceed further and it says, the department is in the process of splitting this purchasing order, and this will also enable the department not to claim back from the Department of Environment. Is it that this purchasing order is on a supply process, and therefore you have to pay in periodically as you get things, and therefore I can understand from here onwards you want to try and split it. But you see, unless I get that information up front, I'm going to have to ask these questions that, and believe you me, I don't believe it's a dodo or a stupid question that I'm asking. I want clarity here. So please just give me that one. Okay, Chair, I'll rest my case here.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Before we continue, I need some guidance from the committee members. It's clear that we've got even more questions than we had previously after these answers, and we wouldn't have sufficient time to go through them thoroughly in this manner. We've only got this venue till 6 o'clock, but that's the main reason. We're going to be busy till 10, 11 this evening. Can we ask the department to present on this so that the members got enough time to go through it in another time? Honourable members, please give me guidance. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Chair, we've previously asked the department to provide information at least a week ahead. This meeting we're having today has already been set back, or it was a previous meeting that was actually extended to today. So this department has a double opportunity to provide us with this information. So that's number one. Then secondly, we've asked previously to have the information at least a week up front. And then thirdly, the information in this document is not sufficient. We are doing oversight of this department, and for this department to give us this type of nonsense, and I'm calling it nonsense, because it's not complete information. We cannot accept this, Chair. And that is why it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This information should be accurate on this document, what you've spent, when you've spent it, how you've spent it. Those are the questions that we have been asking. It's not new. This department knows this, Chair. So really, I am not currently happy with this department at all. So I support you, Chair, that we actually stop this meeting and that we then carry on and we call the department to come and give us feedback later, because this is really wasting our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Engelbrecht. We're only speaking to the responses on the ballot education now. Honourable Jaco.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, it's a 49-page document, and we started in the afternoon. So I will advise Chair to reschedule the meeting, and it will give us enough time to go through the 49 pages, and we will engage with the department in an honest way, not being emotional, but having a look at the facts on the answers that they have provided. We will also remind the department, excuse me, we will also remind the department on questions that we asked previously, and we informed them that the answer they gave us was not sufficient. So we cannot be a committee that asks a question, we send, you come, you give us answers, we send it back and say, it is not sufficient answer, and then you bring it back again having been insufficient. So we will highlight those questions for the department, but I want to believe that they will also appreciate the fact that we've got the answers. We are now saying to you, we will call you again, and we will make sure, Chair, if you can make it, maybe even if it can be in 2 weeks' time. And we start in the morning with the department, and we have the entire day. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Jaco. Honourable Sateka, are you happy with that?
Yes, Chair. I second Honourable Jaco. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we will deal with the matter in that way. I think everything is being said. Honourable members, department, Honourable MEC, are you fine with it?
I'm aligned with the proposed way forward. Thank you, Chair. And
Thank
if I
you.
may also just apologize on behalf of the department, although it's a team effort here, but I think the comments are very well noted by the committee, and we need to tighten up our processes to make sure that you're receiving information timeously. So noted on that, and we will take that very seriously. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. We still have presentations on outstanding projects. Are we going to continue with that? Are we going to leave it for the next meeting? Honourable Moody?
Chair, I'm in your hands. From here, I have to go to the legislature, so I cannot take them lood to swai.
Honourable Jaco?
Yes, let's leave it to the next meeting. Chair.
Okay. Honourable members, Honourable MEC department, unfortunately then we have to postpone this session because of the fact that we only received the questions 24 hours ago, or the answers, and let's accept it like that. Unfortunately, we all had to travel here, but let's do it in a proper manner and set the record straight. So, but I thank you for availing yourself then, and let's keep on doing the good work and make sure that we stay on track. If I can just make sure, if someone can just flight the agenda again, so that we make sure that we don't miss anything. I think at this stage we can release the department and the Honourable MEC. And thank you for your presence. I think we all learn from this, and I'm sure that we will be able to rectify this and work towards a better dispensation in the future. Thank you. MEC? Thank you, Honourable MEC. Thank you, all the colleagues of the department.
Continue, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
You can talk outside.
Thank you very much.
We've been here since very early this morning.
Thank you, honourable members. Other matters before we declare the meeting closed and before we go in our directions. Any comments from any members? Honourable Moody?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I express our dismay there to these officials. It's very clear that they developed a very thick skin, and they need to get the message very loud and clear that we're not going to mess around with them. I know that it is time-consuming and so on, but I spoke to the MEC herself too, and she indicated that she really and truly understands where we are at, because this is the same type of response she gets from the department, from the officials, or from some of the officials. But Chair, we're a team, and together we're going to get this thing right, because we have responsibility to those who have elected us into public office. We'll make the 7th administration work.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Any other inputs? We've already said everything that needs to be said. Honourable members and staff of the committee, I wish to thank you. It's been a long day. I knew this morning that it wasn't going to be easy. I just didn't know at which stage what was going to happen, but it did happen. Lots of emotions, and we note all the concerns expressed by the stakeholders, even about housing, even if it's not the priority of this committee. But I think we're working quite well as a team, and we all learn from each other. I think we agree that we've got huge challenges ahead of us. Let's continue the good work. And with that said, I thank you very much once again. I also have to be off to the legislature for another meeting there. Just something from Labour.
Apologies, Chair. I know this item belongs to members. I just wanted to give feedback on the interprovincial visit. Chair, we've submitted a letter to the Speaker's office, and apparently there's another committee in the legislature that will be going to Western Cape. So the Speaker's office is proposing that we recognize another another province that the committee can go to try and avoid all committees going to the Western Cape. So in the next term, we would appreciate if members can just propose on which other province will come second after Western Cape, just to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Liba. Now, we had provinces that we discussed as options. Would we just fall back onto those? The ones that Bongani did the research on Wolseteka?
Thank you very much, Chair. But is it fair for the Speaker to choose for us which province to go to? I don't think it's correct. There are people that go oversee in the same place 5 times, 10 times, but there are no issues. Why is there an issue with the province that we chose? I think we must just get clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Siteka. Honourable Ingebrigtsen.
Chair, I agree with Honourable Siteka. I mean, we've chosen the province that we thought we can learn the most from. And this trip is going to cost the legislator money. For us now to choose a second province that is not the best province where we can learn the most from does not make sense. And I agree. How can the Speaker tell us which province we can go and we can't go? And what difference does it make if 2 committees go to the Western Cape? If we can learn from them, then let's learn from them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will liaise with Lebo, and let's write to the Honourable Speaker, and we will give that feedback to the committee. Thank you. Honourable members, I won't keep you any longer. Drive safely, stay warm, enjoy your recess. Thanks for availing yourself in the recess. And yes, with that said, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.